head right back for the mountains. But why?
Okay. Hello. I'm here. I'm George, and I have my cute little baby puppy with me. I'm gonna try to relax and focus on this game. I've had a very, very busy, stressful week. A very busy, stressful 2 weeks, actually. Probably a very busy, stressful 3 weeks when you stretch it all out to the entirety of how this past month has gone. But it's exciting, it's decisive, it's good news that I can't share at the moment. And I'm also about to rattle the table that my webcam and microphone are set up on, so I'm kind of worried that it might disconnect my webcam and microphone from the Twitch streaming setup. Oh my god. And I'm also trying to get this loaded up. Wait, the controller! Grabbing the controller is something I can do to kill the time while waiting for the web page to load. Why is it taking it so long? In any case, I can play this music and read this email to pass the time while it loads too. Oh, by the way, so last time I was, streaming, I was doing some really stupid self-imposed hard mode challenges that I ended up giving up on. Okay, I got the stream loaded up. I can see that the video feed's coming through. We got webcam. I'm now going to move a table slightly. It might jiggle the equipment and turn the equipment off, and I might need to replug it back in and out. I'm gonna cross my fingers, and I think the more people that cross their fingers, the more likely this will not break. Okay, are we still good? Let me wave around and check out of the peripheral of my vision. I think we're still good. Also, I adjusted the audio ducking levels. The audio coming in from the capture device should be quieter when I am speaking now. This is a feature I started using with the Metal Gear Solid 4 stream and have been trying to fine-tune since. Okay. I've got a handful of snacks and some quiet time ahead of me here. I have beer and coffee and water and carbohydrate snacks with some peanuts. All 5 major food groups. That seemed like a suspiciously early game feeling for how late in the game I got it. So yeah, we're in post-game content now, where you're unlocking a lot, in Metal Gear Solid 5 fashion, a shitload of story explainers that are going to be coming in you minute after minute, even after the credits roll, which itself comes after this is a Kojima game, a multi-hour long Kojima climax where twist is hitting you after twist. But in this case, I don't necessarily know if the content of the story matters as much as whatever kind of interpretation you get out of it. And there's a certain sort of test here. It feels like Kojima may have been self-imposing some Euro extreme challenges on himself and the kind of story that he wants to tell, to try and deliberately do things in a more unconventional, avant-garde, experimental way than the classic cinematic hero's journey that he is so beloved for, but might have kind of fully explored to its extent almost. Because look at how the story is delivered. A lot of it is through texts that you get after the completion of the main quote-unquote story, but the story keeps going on. And at some point there's also an extra narrative layer of your own incentives compelling you to go through the in-game content. What is the story of you as the player feeling compelled to do these tasks and read this text, even when some of it is kind of a lot of it is just an absolute eye roller and not that interesting and fun to read. However, last night I hit this one, and this got me laughing harder than a lot of other Hideo Kojima qualities thus far. Okay, apparently Die Hardman's real name is John Blake McClane. This is a early 20-teens, what was it, Squirrel King fanfiction, where find out about Gordon Freeman's brother named John Freeman and Solid Snake's brother named Jake Snake. We have John Blake McClane here. He has a backstory that they're deciding to give us, but it's not very good, and the name is so stupid. But it's there, and it's also very optional. Are you supposed to miss these things? They're very, very comfortable with you skipping all this stuff and never even really taking it very seriously at all. And so a lot of the incoherency and the stupidity of the details in the background almost serve a point during the narratives of the final story cutscenes, because the conflicts and situations and dilemmas depicted in the final cutscenes are so simple. They're so easy to understand. They're very, very basically dramatic human situations that we have all seen characters go in and out of countless times before. And there's a baby in trouble. There is a heroic father making a masculine last stand. There's a series of door breaching sequences where you see a little point of spark spewing out of an electric door that goes lower and lower down the frame. Even when it's not necessarily a story involving characters, there are such simple visuals building the suspense and driving the action that feel almost like the guy gloating about his storytelling abilities. All the incoherency, the nonsense, and the mumbo-jumbo is there to give him a challenge. That's his Euro Extreme non-lethal, no-trank challenge, is can you still make a story hit hard on a very emotional, intimate level with the audience, even when they have no idea what's going on. And that if they tried to explain what's going on, they'd sound like an absolute lunatic. This is a method of storytelling that is not that controversial in other mediums. Death Stranding is totally Hideo Kojima trying to declare himself as gaming's David Lynch. And David Lynch will never ever explain the minutiae behind the weirdness of his surrealism, having full faith that the audience can interpret something more meaningful out of the Rorschach blot than the actual artist's quote-unquote canonical explanation, which is probably going to be stupider than what the masses of society might get out of their own personal outpourings of emotions. So Hideo Kojima is following that method, but also going out of the way to include the stupid explanations that would otherwise get cut out of other storytelling mediums that might need to play things a little safer with things like runtime, how much time the audience is invested in the product. Video games take a ridiculously longer time to go through, and so there's a recent trend in primarily game design first built stories where they get really detailed with the minutiae in the world building, more so than I think audiences are really comfortable with. But this is like part of experimenting with the medium, of maximizing the amount of information and exposition that the medium can offer. You cannot cut the story going on here into a movie. It would not be very entertaining to watch through, and the emotional beats going through the audience's heads wouldn't come through in a visually linear presentation instead of this interactive flipping through the files thing here. Okay, I wanted to save Higgs's journal for later. The Bridges staff stuff, I imagine, might be kind of stupid. The Hartman stuff is hilarious. Mumbo-jumbo, pretentious pseudoscience. I think the ones we can knock out quickly for now are gonna be... yeah, these Clifford Unger review. Okay, let's see if this is actually interesting at all, or if it's more expository guff. Bum bum bum, that's not what we saw happen. Okay. I don't exactly know what was particularly rewarding about reading that, but maybe we'll get hit with it later on here. Black McClane! That's so funny.
Resist the future, some refuse the past. Evilly, it's messed up if we can't unplug the fact that a world covered in cables.
Okay, so what we got out of that is another reinforcement of a Death Stranding storytelling trick I actually like, which is a lot of this stuff is just as weird to the characters in the game as it is to us in the audience. There is a shared player-character experience going on, and many layers of this experience, one of which is a certain sort of shared ignorance over the finer details here. So anyways, we saw a flashback sequence of cutscenes that depicted a different series of events than the official report we're reading here. But right, how are we getting this? How is Sam Porter Bridges reading this on his laptop right now?
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but soon this
What icons does he click on the operating system? How did this information get here? You just kind of reach a certain point in the game where a little message pops up that says this lore text shows up in your menus, and it's very abstract. It feels decoupled from the Sam Porter Bridges experience in a way that the emails don't. And I think on revisiting it, I am less of a fan of this interview stuff than I am the emails. The emails seem more grounded. So this walked us through a conspiracy plot where the official story doesn't match up with the flashback cutscenes we saw. And then at the end, we're also given a new mystery box to think about, and that is how Die Hardman and the President reconcile after their conflict and get him appointed as director of bridges. I guess dedication to the cause that he considers more valuable than his older identity. The thing with the masks is absolutely hilarious, by the way. How much less complicated they are than the game has you teased to think. Okay, the president's ghost might be interesting. Okay, yeah, this is redundant exposition. We've been told that, spoilers, that Bridget is a ghost who's been spiriting astral projections of her form in and out of material reality while she primarily really exists on the beach. And apparently she aged into being a ghost, which I think means that she might not fit most literal definitions of a ghost, but as a spectral otherworldly entity that operates on surrealistic mystery logic that is somehow connected to the dead. Yeah, one of the plot twists at the end that's maybe less coherent than Ron Cinephile thinks is that apparently the president was a ghost or something the whole time. An extinction entity. But wait, no, not the whole time. It was like there was a coming of age. Like in her 20s or 30s, she fully transitioned to being a ghost. But starting in her teens, she could swap back and forth. Yeah, it apparently comes with age. And the daughter wasn't really a daughter, she was kind of a body double the whole time or something? I don't know, but one of the coolest things, and I do think this is cool, is that it doesn't actually really matter. It doesn't matter at all. The, surrealistic, overly complicated mumbo-jumbo disarms... It gets your guard down for weeks of playing through this game like a hobby, until at the very end you sit through 2 minutes of absolute cinema where you're just seeing powerful images and hearing powerful acting performances that do not require a comprehensive understanding of the backstory to appreciate. The first time I remember crying at the ending sequence while still not knowing what's going on. The second time I don't think I cried, but I did get all choked up, and I think I understood about 30% of what was going on this time. Yeah, Die Hardman's name actually really is John fucking McClane. Oh, it's yeah, and so this Ron Cinephile thing, I have to ask. Did we do standing or sitting? We did standing, and I can see by the feed in my cell phone here. You're saying it's quite coherent. It's so on the nose, it's impossible to misinterpret. And like, yeah, but also no. The difficulty that most audiences have had coming up with a solid, coherent interpretation for the first 3 or 4 days of playing this game is a fairly well-measured phenomenon. But the themes it's trying to get you to think about are so ridiculously not subtle. They're shoved into your face with the sledgehammer, and they swing them at you over and over again. But and that's like themes. And it's things like connectedness and the fatherhood stuff and the commentary on video game violence and feeling out video game spatial environments through friction interactions with geometry that all fold into the Homo Ludens stuff of making a game out of a reflection of game design and how you can utilize that for your own personal life. The most abstract, weirdest themes feel like the easiest to come to a coherent interpretation of. But how exactly chiralium works, why it never just flies away, how do they harvest it from the atmosphere, what do the people who live in the cities eat when it looks like there's no farms or vegetation around? The one farm that you find, they make beer with it. There's world building details that were evidently fully thought out, but don't entirely make sense, that are delivered with the constant disclaimer that they don't make sense for the characters in the game either, and I think that makes it okay, kind of. If the game didn't have the kind of conclusion it has, it might not have been okay. And if the game didn't have the kind of ethos it has, it might not have been okay. But they pulled it off. They actually pulled it off, and that's hilarious. I love this game. Like, one thing they're never gonna explain is how they got this high-tech robo, super efficient, lightweight, fast robo technology going so soon after an incredibly devastating apocalyptic event. And I'm just left guessing, but I'm guessing it's the chiralium. You're told that the Death Stranding might have not happened that long ago. It might have happened maybe 20 or 30 years ago. But when it happens, the various flashbacks that you get and the kind of architecture that gets dragged out of the ground. That gets dragged out of the ground when you're fighting ghosts in the ghost goop look 21st century. They look modern. They don't look that high-tech and science fiction-y. But apparently within 20 to 30 years, after all the world's manufacturing centers get pretty much completely destroyed and there's only like 80 people left, and all the various population centers of the cities who have to get things back started again from scratch. Within that amount of time, you have autonomous delivery bots. You have these armatures that are carrying around hundreds of pounds of equipment. It looks like for at least at the distribution centers, it looks like the energy costs for these facilities have got to be through the roof. And the explanation behind how they got all that fancy technology working so fast is head scratcher as well. In my headcanon, I'm guessing that it's the chiralium has something to do with it. It's lighter than air. It floats. So I guess that would make the energy costs of all this heavy metal equipment that they're lugging around, like the stuff that Sam himself is carrying on his back, a lot lighter than it actually looks, thus decreasing the energy costs required for all this high-tech robo-technology. But the point is, it doesn't matter, and thinking about it like that is gonna be more fun, actually more fun, than the author actually explaining. Like, I don't want to know some of the more explainable details behind Death Stranding stuff, because it's gonna be stupider than the headcanon. And the fact that the characters themselves don't entirely know almost seems like an invitation for players to be coming up with maybe better, or at least guaranteed more personally appealing interpretations than what the authors can provide. Right? Look at this. In most science fiction situations, this looks like something that's 100 or 200 years off from the present. But apparently, in Death Stranding, we're only 30 years or 40 years off from the present. Almost one generation. The Death Stranding didn't happen yesterday. It happened long enough for people to get used to it, and another generation to grow up already used to it, which sounds to me like 30 years. We're gonna claim materials. Oh wait, first we're going to take materials from the shared locker. And guess what materials we're gonna be taking? For someone who's made it to the end game, you know exactly what I'm gonna be, equipment, materials, metals. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, let's load onto vehicle. All this other stuff I can, put in my locker and recycle. Okay, that just got us some more ceramics. And these are where the real resource wars are being fought over. So ceramics in the end game feel like they are worth their weight in gold. I'm also going to need to stock up on metals as well, but they're cheaper than the ceramics. But you use these resources that kind of have been getting hoarded throughout the whole game to build roads that help newer players. And I think that the way they distribute these currencies is engineered to quite naturally and elegantly get players focusing on the roads as their first major player-driven minigame objective for the in-game content, which is surprisingly good stuff. That's another thing that's different about modern Kojima games compared to the previous ones, is that starting from Peace Walker onwards, there's always been a lot of the game you're supposed to play after the story. Peace Walker has a fake ending that I never really appreciated. Metal Gear Solid 5 feels like it was built from the ground up to ask gamers some pretty uncomfortable questions about why video game stories tend to end where they do. And what an action hero is supposed to do all day after beating the bad guy. Okay, so we're gonna build roads to the north. There's this missing chunk of road right here. And last night I built up the road south of me. And those things are decaying by the second. I think in like 2 weeks they fizzle away, and no other PlayStation 4 players of the vanilla version will be able to use my roads in the lead up to the release of Death Stranding 2. But that makes the completion of the story as a celebratory event for multiple players, which is really interesting. When someone beats Death Stranding, it's quite likely that through currency values and very subtle game design stuff going on, that that player will then spend a couple days building roads, which makes the early game easier for everyone. And this is all encouraged very, very subtly, subconsciously, but is brilliant. So this preview seems like it wants us to go a little more zigzaggy. I think we can go from south to north a little more smoother than this. We're gonna go from engineer, craftsman. There. Okay, now let's check out the elevation here. I know that Elder is a real pain in the ass to deliver to. It's so bumpy. All those bumps. And I will not be able to use the truck for a lot of this. It looks like I might have to... I love this, actually. I might have to park the truck at the closest highway exit and make the rest of the journey on foot with, Power Skeleton. Okay. Yeah, because they will want some heavy equipment for some of these, and I will want to build the roads along the way and stock my truck up with ceramics, metals as I go. So the first thing we're gonna get are sticky guns, one or more. It's in BT territory, so non-lethal combat equipment is gonna happen. The Elder is getting edible plants. That's just bumpy territory. I'm sure it'll... Where do I want the truck for this stuff? Cliff, ladder, rope, bridges. Am I really gonna need that? I might need, equipment for fighting the mules, but I don't think I'll need any climbing equipment for this area and the current state of the game where the infrastructure is very highly built out. Okay, let's accept these. Oh, wait. Can I change to premium delivery for some of them? Okay, they want 4 or more. That's going to be more interesting. High-grade edible plants. What is the... premium conditions? Less than 20% damaged. Quantity 2 or more. Is high-grade silicone materials. Made by FAI? What is that supposed to be? Is this some reference? Yeah, sure, these premium deliveries don't seem... too very demanding. 3 or more. It seems almost patronizing that the default condition is just 1. Why is the frame rate going down when you select a premium delivery? Alright, mule equipment. This might be fun. Oh no, I don't have enough ceramics for the power skeletons I might actually need later. Wait, why can't I do it? Okay, that costs 32 resins and 80... Oh, it's because of the metals. Okay. I will have to rely on smoke grenades instead. It was on the ground. Oh! I didn't know I was wearing boots. Okay, first stop is going to be those sticky guns.
Thank you for your contribution.
I stand corrected, actually. First stop is going to be the auto pavers. And see what our road deficit's looking like. How much of the metals and ceramics of these places are we going to completely be cleaning out? Auto paver. Here. Wait, okay. There. Okay, so first step's gonna be the sticky guns, then we're going to the auto paver. The truck isn't exactly built for off-roading, but it can handle it mildly decently enough. So it's gonna be player-made bridges I'm gonna be relying on for the most part. Look at the frame rate. It's so weird how the more packages you have loaded into your boxes, the slower the game's gonna run, because it's not exactly like they're rendering them on the screen for you. Should I be a bit more subtle about this? Should I be driving into their territory in a big truck? That doesn't sound like what Solid Snake would do, but then again, it does kind of sound like what Big Boss would do. I see a pretty clear route to the objective mailbox that they have marked for me. I don't have to search too hard. Oh, thanks for the bridge, Obama Gaming 69420. This is one of my favorite bridges. Let's give him the likes, all the likes. I'm gonna try to stay liking at this thing. Oh, I can't. Oh well, I tried. I gave it some likes, but not all the likes I could have possibly given. Alright, now, wasn't there... Yeah, they had one of these marked. Okay, I don't have a gun, but I do have the smoke grenade. That can be useful. And I'm pretty sure I have enough battery power to outrun their trucks. Oops. I might have spoken too soon. Vehicle temporarily disabled because of shock damage. Well, that's not good. Okay, where's that smoke grenade? Decoy cargo, smoke grenade. I've never actually used carry in left hand, carry in right hand. Carry in left hand, please. Never really used that for its intended purpose. It looks like my truck is still out of commission. Oh, I gotta be a little careful where I'm hitting him. Maybe now's the time for these smoke grenades. Why is the screen all blurry? Is it my consciousness gauge? Do I need to drink Monster Energy? No, he's blocking the way. Okay, they just have to stab it once. I see now. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Oh no, now I gotta make sure I don't run them over. Okay, that bridge is no good anymore. I gotta use a different bridge. I think I saw one back here earlier. Oh, there's a ladder. Oh, I think I can make a jump here. Oh no. Okay, thank God. Wait, there's just another gap to cross, though. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Alright, now, where's those post boxes? Ceramics! We really need those. Packages for the Elder and Craftsman, we kinda need those. But right now, I'm gonna be looking for... There we go. The sticky guns. How many am I supposed to get again? 4. Oh boy. Alright, this will be interesting. I love it. Oh, don't tell me I have to jump another gap for this. They're not gonna steal my car, are they? How come one of those sticky guns doesn't have a number next to it? Could I use the sticky gun to steal other sticky guns? Yeah! Okay, I think the difference is that there's some kind of experimental sticky gun, and then a normal sticky gun. And I gotta figure out the difference between the two really fast here. And steal about 4 of the experimental sticky guns while they keep breaking my car, shocking my thighs. Am I losing blood damage? Oh no, now they're sticky gunning me. Does anyone got a ladder or something here? Uh-oh. What did they take? They sticky gunned my sticky gun right back! One of them has a stolen ladder of mine on their back? Cargo stolen sticky gun. Wait, my car's back there too! Oh, there's another post box. Think fast. Alright, here we go into the lion's den! How is this gonna work? They are such a pushover, and this is also about 1,000 times more combat than you actually are expected to do in the story. See how one of those guys just stopped after seeing his friend take a hit? It's like they do the exact opposite of how you would expect real people in a fight to react, you know? The tactics. They're not being very tactical. Then again, neither am I, really. Okay, this will make 4, right? Engineer. Ladder will be useful. And a bit of material. Let's get back to the truck.
Keep on keeping on.
I think I'm faster than them as well. Yeah, look at that, I'm outrunning him. Oh! Oh! Oh, okay, phew. How come I'm winning these fights? They have a spear. I have fists. DCC might come in useful. Let's auto arrange some of that off our back. And drink some Mountain Dew on the way back to the truck. We're good. We'll catch up on chat on our way back. A long time ago, Rick said, I wonder if they're going to flash out more what living in the big cities is like in Death Stranding 2. I always found it weird, the idea that no dead body can stay unchecked, or you'll have something like a nuke exploding in the middle of your city. Yeah, it's whenever anyone dies of natural causes, it's a really big, huge deal. They have this system in place. In the beginning of Death Stranding 1, you see a corpse disposal team rushing out of the city in a panic. There's a system. They have a system in place. We get to see the system work, but we don't really get to see what it looks like in, like, the family home when grandma suddenly dies and they have to, like, call up the emergency first responder team to do the weird Death Stranding stuff on grandma. Would that have made a difference? Yes, it would. It would have made things feel a lot more less weird. So you are losing something from that, though, right? A certain degree of mystery. Okay, so we got the sticky guns. The next step on our journey was the auto paver. This one. Next to the unfinished roads. I was not expecting to clear out a mule camp of all bad guys. I was not expecting to do much fighting at all. The combat in this game is serviceable at best. It's not particularly interesting. And it also seems to kind of do the other themes of the game a big disservice. If not for the relative shoddiness of the gameplay, I do not really like willingly participating in the combat out of a ludonarrative dissonance. It feels weird, like overindulging in it is something I can easily prevent. Oh, how do I get over there now? I'll just take the other bridge instead. Tiny little 4-foot gap is too scary for this truck. Looks like we lost about a quarter of the battery already, too. So another thing about the Death Stranding world building not being particularly coherent is what are mules? Why are mules? What do they eat? That's weirder. Anyone in the cities, you might be able to assume that there are some off-camera farms on the other side of the cities that we just don't really see. We get to see the one farm that's making beer instead of actually useful food for people to eat. But, what do the mules eat? The mules, you cannot explain those guys. They don't make much sense. Am I going the right way? I just kind of muscle memoried that route. Craftsman, craftsman. There it is. I want A2. I don't think the water's going to slow this truck down too much. I should probably try taking a lower route instead of a steep one, but here we go! Slam into the hill! Let's see what happens. Nothing really interesting. But yeah, the finer, still got it, points of the world building behind Death Stranding seem easily less important than the emotional beats it's trying to run you through. Oh my god. Okay, well, I gotta go to the bathroom. We're gonna synchronize our bio break up with Sam Bridges' own bio break, and break it looks like I need to be taking anyway to think about how to get this vehicle out of here. Okay, confirm. There. And rest. Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Wait, won't I?
Not a moment too soon.
So it sounds like the chat-accepted fan explanation for why the mules are so pathetic in these fights that they get in is because they're just not used to people ever fighting back at all. But even then, like, even if they're not trying to kill me, they have a large bludgeoning object. Whether or not it's an actual spear, it looks like a spear. It has a scary, glowing rod on it that makes it look like it's hot, but maybe it's really a stun prod that shocks you instead of burns you. In any case, though, that's more of a weapon than what Sam's got. And he's just punching through their,
Okay.
their large metal bludgeoning instrument. Did you deliver the wine? No, I gave up. The Peter Engelbert mission, where he has you going across the whole entire map for his wine and his pizza. I'm sorry about that lost cargo, it's just... I get that its destination is right there, but we're not headed that way right now. I'm sorry, someone else can get that one. Ah!
Charged up.
Can I get up this hill? Wow, this truck, like, loses all traction if it starts sliding. It turned from a heavy truck to a bath toy in, like, just a couple seconds. Yep, come on. Come on. Oh! There we go. Okay, now stop, 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 stop. Don't slide down! No! Oh my god. I wonder if it... This is so stupid. Can we reverse up the hill now that we're pointed the wrong way and are now getting... Oh my god. How do I get out? Do I need to reload the save? Is there a way you can bludgeon these things out of position? What do you do? What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to press the sprint button and try to shift it out? Okay, we're loading a save. Also, this save scumming stuff is something I never did in the main story either. Wait, where's it gonna put me? I'm not used to hitting a loading screen when save scumming. Okay, it saved when I took a rest. want to make a save as soon as I get this thing functional again. Oh my lord.
Stretch my legs.
Bounce the hydraulics. I'm tapping the jump button. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's save in the generator here and take a different route to the auto paver. I cannot save while driving.
Come on, let's roll.
Oh, yes, this is such a better route. Okay, we gotta squeeze through this little crevasse. Now are we through? Okay, it looked intimidating, but it really was a better route. I'm sorry for whoever has this bridge here, but the highway is going to be a lot more useful. And we already have some supplies in here for us. I might have put these here myself last night, come to think of it. Okay, now we dump all the ceramics and metals that we've been filling this truck up with. And the intervals are annoying. Wait, are we good? Okay, yeah, we're good. Ceramics. Hmm. I think we just have to waste a bit of ceramics. The chiral crystals are also a little annoying. Is there a way to jump straight ahead to the total amount that you need instead of holding the button down? Oh, hold up. Metals? Oh. Oops, wrong button. Great. We should be good, right? The donate all button. There may be, maybe I'm missing it. So, another fun irony to the system that the people of Death Stranding have set up here. Where are we going next? We're going to the Elder. Then the engineer, then the craftsman. there any inclement weather coming? Good. Look at the elevation, because Elder can be a pain in the ass. Yeah, what is my plan on what we're gonna do about getting to the Elder? I have to climb a mountain to get up there, and I can't do that inside of a truck. Okay, we'll get off the truck at the auto paver. We'll get off the highway at the next auto paver. And then we'll get out of the truck at the foot of a mountain and we'll have to climb over the mountain by foot, I'm guessing. Whee! No, that was not nearly as elegant a jump as I was trying to make it. We already have supplies on this one too. They're gonna need 700 ceramics. Once again, it's ceramics that's the more valuable of the two materials you use for the roads here. That's the one I'm always gonna be coming up short. Yeah, look at that. Ah. Metals are a dime a dozen, but ceramics are apparently where the action really is. Invest in ceramics, kids. When we get to the Elder, we're gonna have to haul back a bunch of ceramics from his bunker. So, the final Peter Engelbert pizza quest, I think you can visit his bunker beforehand, but I don't know if I really want to or not. For the sake of my own player-driven satisfaction, I kind of want to save that as a prize for building a big road network in the meantime. Why is it still showing the mule territory as some important destination I need to get to? I already got the stuff. Right? My truck. My truck has those sticky guns in it. 4 of them, right? Yeah. C4. Alright, let's just keep going. I got a little panicked by the objective icon there. How... What? Is that a climbing anchor? Is that what I should be using? I think the eastern face of the mountain is conducive to truck. That will be good to know. But yeah, this is a very different routine than the base game. Doing repetitive loops of orders in an area that's already covered by the chiral network and not particularly dangerous is a really I think the eastern face of the mountain. Okay. We'll go around the mountain clockwise until we get on the eastern side of it. That means going through mule territory. Looks like there's some big gashes in the way. With no bridges over them. I don't think I can sneak through mule territory in a truck like that. Generator on the other side. The elevation smooths out, but still looks like, yeah, someone put a ladder there on that side. There's 2 ladders on the other side. I don't know if I believe you. I don't know if I'm willing to risk the east side of the mountain. We're gonna stick to plan A. Thank you for the idea, though. I think plan A is gonna involve a ladder right here on this guy's sign where he says it might be a good idea to put a ladder here. Because I think I stole a ladder from a mule that will come in handy here. I remember not thinking about bringing climbing supplies because I thought there would be online climbing supplies on the way, and now I'm Having to get a little interesting. Ladder! Oh, too bad it's not the custom gold. The gold chiral ladder you get for completing chiral artist quests. Okay, hauling the heavies on and off this ladder is gonna be tricky. All those hill pings I'm hearing. Let's put it here. And everything in the truck marked for delivery to the Elder is gonna have to go on my back. Everything on my back and shoulders that I can do without, I'm gonna have to go without. Oh my god, Sam. What are you doing? Oh, I see. The slope on the hill is deceptively steep. I don't know if I'm seeing any patches I can properly drive up. Elder. 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 Is that everything for him? Yes, yes it is. Alright, let's carry that on my back. The PCC? Maybe I should build a bridge on my way there. It might help with the heavies. I'll keep the PCC with me. Engineer, that can go in the vehicle. Smoke grenade, that can go in the vehicle. Alright, I think that should be good. It's a bit less of a load than I was worrying about, too. But it's the return trip that's going to be really interesting. I might carry back giant containers of ceramics on my way back, and it might take multiple trips, and I will have fun doing it. This is a very different vibe than the main story. In the main story, it's like Death Stranding's in a kind of pioneer mode. Pioneer simulator mode, where you just traverse rough territory to get to the other side. In the end game, you're going back and forth across previously explored territory, and good god, the game still looks beautiful. And it still is really interesting to plan these things out and have to think with your brain a bit about whether or not you're good to sprint forward for a while instead of taking things a little slower and more interesting. Yeah. But yeah, you feel more like the postman in the end game, and in the story campaign you're feeling like the pioneer man. In either cases, you have some mythologized, patriotic hero archetypes that are not typically associated with games. You have very masculine, violent power fantasies associated with those kinds of words that are not typically explored in games. And it makes a lot of sense. It's like proof of how much stuff you can still do with games that the industry is, and its market and its consumers are just not interested in exploring.
Thanks for the help.
Let's start with the lost cargo, because that'll probably impress him most. It'll give him the greater dopamine hit, you know?
Delivering cargo.
Surprised to see me, son?
That's not what I expected him to say.
I'm not dead yet. I'd have checked out long ago if it wasn't for people.
Okay, but no, the thing is,
I want you to know
I don't
I'm
know.
grateful.
he's an old person. He's got to, there's like special considerations now. He can't die alone in his survivalist bunker outside of society in a way he might have been able to before. Like, his death is now a major... his death is a social event. An elder hermit living all alone in the middle of nowhere can still put a whole lot of people in danger if this guy has a random heart attack. So one thing that's kind of wholesome about these preppers is that you convince them to get get back involved with American society, whatever version it takes in this scientific future. But one of the by doing it, and the way you do this is you build giant highways made out of autonomous robots doing the work that almost go directly.
I see how you're all killing yourselves to save the country.
Right, right. You should be grateful.
Figure it's my turn to be. And if I should
In real life, the libertarian survivalist weirdos who like to live in bunkers and cabins in the middle of nowhere and are constantly worried about shit hitting the fan, even in the good times when no one's worried about that. Those are the kinds of people who would probably have nightmares about the government shit hitting the fan, and then that giving the government an excuse to build a giant robo-highway going directly to their survivalist hut. Like, okay, so this guy's at the peak of a mountain. He built his cabin high up on a mountain, but with even still higher peaks around him so that you can't drive a truck over the hills and get to him. But we're still doing it whether he likes it or not. But more importantly, like, we should, right? That would be, in this situation, given how the rules of death work, there is no reason why. It is especially inexcusable in this world why this libertarian, redneck, survivalist, prepper bunker lifestyle would be, maybe even would be as tolerated as it is. Like, at some point in the lore, does the UCA start, like, enforcing that the elders be monitored by force? Like, the stakes are so high, I can't imagine they offer their people a whole lot of freedom after they get into a high-risk age or a high-risk category. But also, this guy's connection level is way below everyone else's. These preppers are more interesting characters, and you do more work for them, and the way you get to and from their bunkers are usually more interesting environmental challenges than the other ones.
Thanks for dropping by.
And there's something interesting to that. There's something interesting everywhere. The characters who are on the roads are not that interesting. They're like, they work at distribution facilities, they're managers, they're like wearing hard hats and holding paper clips, the science fiction version of that. They're in a place that looks like the most depressing warehouses of Walmart. The preppers look like normal people. They kind of talk like normal people. And the President's Ghost #2. I don't think that has anything to do with the prepper here, but here we go, prepper shelters. That one might be interesting to read. As I recall, the most interesting actual side stories that play out here. Oh, look at that! I got him up to level 4 now. I think I just saw his connection level go from 2.5 to 4. They give you gadgets, too! I don't know if the distribution guys do that. What am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say is that there are real rewards for, doing side quests for the preppers. And they don't really fit the traditional mold of side quests, but they do make a lot of sense within the context of the game design and the world design here. And one of the unfortunate pratfalls of that is that the most interesting characters are the ones who are also the farthest out of the way. But yeah, it doesn't look like it to the first glance to your naked eyeballs, but when you're on the roads, you're closer to civilization. Wait, destroyed? These were destroyed? Maybe it's because the truck took so many hits in the fights with the mules.
Here, I have something for you.
The gadgets that they give you are also the most useful ones in the game, so I'm genuinely looking forward to this more than the gadgets I was unlocking in the... Oh, it's just Hindens. Okay, so that one's kind of lame. But sometimes they give you, like, special springy jumpy boots. Or gold-plated robo-pants. Yeah, one of these preppers is Conan the Barbarian and his quirky, good-humored cosplayer wife. There's a lot of personality and charm to the preppers, and you really don't get to explore them a lot until the end game.
access delivery terminal.
Oh, his survival depends on you making deliveries? That's wonderful. That is so wonderful. Making deliveries to his shelter every now and then. What about from his shelter? That is so... That's such a quirky, lovely little Kojima treat. Okay, let's do the heavier deliveries with the bot. Heavy and short distance. There's a good chunk of roads, but also some mule territory, so maybe the robo delivery might not make that one okay, but we'll give it a shot and take the lighter loads on our own back. But I want to make some a hidden system where the elderly character, it's like the end in PS2. There is an actual real-time dying of old age system in place for the token elder character who's gonna be talking about death more than everyone else. I want to read this guy's emails. Look at this. We're in a loop here. We're in a wonderful repetitive loop where we're gonna sit and take a rest. Actually, I don't know if I can use the cufflink menu while taking a rest like this. Yes, I can. Wonderful. And we're gonna read emails on a little break. So let's sort by sender and see what the elder has going on. Unfortunately, I was talking over most of his dialogue, but it would be absolutely wonderful for a... Here he is! A minor, kind of forgettable throwaway character like this to have an actual system at play, an invisible system here. There's more interesting stuff going on with this guy than you think at first glance, and all of the preppers kind of fit that mold. So now I'm curious. There's like something I feel like I'm getting out of connecting with these characters. They're funny. They're fun. The Elder's fun here. I'm having fun delivering packages to this old person. The Conan the Barbarian one, the Conan O'Brien one, I think is my favorite. It's always a good time visiting that guy. The cosplayer with the wandering MC. So he just wants to read the weather and the news. Oh, the other thing is that once I did, connect him to the UCA, and it played the cutscene that you see a billion times in the story of Sam pulling the Cupid off and sticking it in the machine, and then it gets all sparkly, and the baby looks around like, oh. Yeah, you see that something like 80 times in the story, and it really doesn't seem to mean a whole lot. But now that I'm reading through here, and I'm like getting a vibe for just how much more resistant this guy was to that other stuff, it's a nice reward. That cutscene that I've skipped so many times in the story now means something more significant in the end game. Also, the other thing about the world building that I don't think was fully thought out but still thought of is how the currency systems work. How do people value economic activity in this world? You get paid in likes. And this guy right here is saying that they're not money. They're not like money. What good's money that ain't worth the paper it's printed on? Nope, them private operators had to get by on a thank you here and there and fuck all else, but supplies kept on coming. In the post game, I think not necessarily through story and canon, it is revealed that they are, in fact, and have been, in fact, paying Sam not in money, but in massive quantities of freely usable construction materials that the game has no usage for you to do other than build the infrastructure for the other players. It's not like you can go off and build your own empire in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Cell stimulation medicine. Let's not do that one. Let's go to engineer, then craftsman, then Lake Knot. Game consoles for children. Oh, this is cute. What does the flavor text say for this one? Once a very common feature, and yeah, it's a PlayStation. Oh wait, no, look, they also have a little Switch-looking thing in there too. 13 kilograms is a PlayStation. 0.6 is a handheld. That's cute. That's adorable. Alright, we got small packages going to engineer and craftsman. Let's load up as many ceramics as I can carry on my way out. Oh. Okay, it's good that the VOG is toxic for me and merely irritating to them. Old wine.
Order assigned.
So yeah, even though they don't say in the fiction of the text that that they have the resources and the technology in this universe to make giant skyscrapers and huge underground bunkers and carry heavy metal machinery with robo technology fairly easily and cheaply, no one's even really that impressed. This is like one of the things I noticed when coming into Death Stranding for Metal Gear, is that there's all this high-tech robo technology around, but it's kind of sad how dependent everyone is on it. When Metal Gear introduces a new high-tech piece of robo technology, usually you have an engineer explaining to you right in your ears about why you should be impressed. In Death Stranding, they don't do that. So in the back of my mind, there's always been this question of where did all this robo technology come from, and why is it not that big a deal? I guess because people have so many problems that robo technology isn't gonna solve them all, and it's not the aesthetic point of the experience here as it would be in a Metal Gear. Okay, let's get some metals too. We just stripped him of all his ceramics. We still have 2 free arms and maybe some room on our back. Oh yeah, here we go! Look at this! Oh, I just got an idea, an even better idea. I know how to do this elegantly and clean. Okay, we're gonna keep the power skeleton, but there are gadgets here in this menu to help us out for this particular situation. Let's use level 1s, because we're trying to strip this place of its construction materials. Alright. And... Alright. And... Alright. But you know what this means. Looks like Carrier 2 has plenty of room left for more. This old man is not gonna have anything left to build an extension for his shack with. What are the special alloys? What are those gonna get used for? I never pay attention to these numbers at all unless I'm doing road building. Yeah, alright. Now I think we're all suited up and good to go. Should I... There was some timefall scheduled for like 30 minutes when last I checked, but I think I checked that at least a minimum of 20 minutes ago. We have room! We still have room for more! Okay, metals. No, he's cleaned out of metals. Resins? I don't think resins are going to be very useful. Is this all... No. Now I'm starting to worry about whether or not this is even all going to fit in the trunk. I'm not going to load my hands up with too much more than this. I love how far the camera zooms out when you have two carriers linked up. Look at how much better the camera angle looks from here. Yeah. When you slowly pan it across the view, it actually takes its sweet time because it's zoomed out. Oh, what a game, what a game, what a beautiful mountain. Now where was that ladder I put down?
The wire snapped.
Lost a lot of turning radius, it looks like. Stamina's still good. Foot condition is decent. Oh yeah, but Sam's turning really strangely right now. The ladder should be ahead, right? Yes. And I think the ladder handles floating carriers pretty well.
You should have more faith in yourself.
Who is he talking to? That was very graceful. Now let's see if these will actually fit. Oh, thank God. Still got another one. Okay, thank God. This, sort of relay procedure where I keep a bunch of cargo in a truck that I pull off of the highway to some point close to the destination where I then get off on foot and ration out a little slice of the menu inventory for the person I'm walking to on foot is something you don't really do in the story. But you sure do in the end game, and it makes you feel like a nice postman. All right, now is there a donate all button that you just go backwards. You just go backwards, that's all. Perfect. Alright, now with ceramics, they want 300. So let's do 160, 80. Perfect. Are we good? I think we're good. But yeah, most of the weirdo libertarian survivalist preppers living in bunkers in the middle of nowhere, this is their worst nightmare. Seeing something like this appear in 10 seconds, a short walk away from your bunker, is not what they would want, right? The fact that it's made by magic microscopic nanomachine robots would make it even scarier for them. Alright, was it craftsman or engineer that we were going to? Oh, let's go to craftsman. The engineer is close. Yeah, it's more. This is wonderful. The engineer would have been closer in a geographic straight line direction as the crow flies, but this highway here is so important that it would be way faster to stick to the highway. And, consider it a arterial connection rather than going in a straight line. Okay, Lou looks happy. That's good, I guess.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Am I close enough to the terminal, or do I have to get the car a little closer? I have to get the cargo a little closer.
Keep on keeping up.
Is the bunker supposed to look like a truck loading dock like this? Is this how you're supposed to do it? No, come on. Come on.
Ah, it's you. How's it going? Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that?
That's a lot of ceramic. We got him up to 4 stars. That means some kind of celebratory fanfare is going to happen. And I also have some lost cargo for him. But yeah, how is it explained in universe that I'm getting this lore text data?
Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever. Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Oh, that 72 kilograms is going to be interesting. This guy's got a lot. So long as I have room in the truck, I think I'll have nothing to lose from doing these premium deliveries.
A new and improved Bola gun. It allows you to charge up shots for increased range and wire spread. Pretty neat, huh?
Okay. So yeah, so long as I have room in my trucks for this cargo, I'm not worried too much about taking damage or running out of time because we have a nice smooth road on the way there. Oh, thank God I have enough room. Oh wait, but it's really the ceramics load that be the biggest thing to worry about taking up truck space with. What are we doing on metals? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. We can put some of it on our back. Let's get a box of pure metal on our back as well, and then we'll go to the next stop. It's gonna be a while before I can deliver those metals to another chunk of road. Wait, are the roads actually all completed? No, I think there's one right here I might want to take a look at. Might be a good way to clear truck space if there's an auto paver near me. Gotta very slowly and carefully. Oops! No, no, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry! There we go. I was trying to grip my shoulders. Oh no! Okay. Huh. Let's see if I can carry one of those. Go drive to the auto paver. Dump my supplies into the auto paver, and then come back for it. Yeah, this thing.
Keep on keeping on. Weapons restoration.
Stretch my legs.
This one has materials in it. I didn't put these here. I've never interacted with this one for this game. What determines how much juice is already in the tank when you encounter these things? Right, we need about 400 more ceramics for this stretch of highway. It might not be too much of a pain to make the journey because it's so close to the existing road network. We're gonna pick up that box of metal I left on the floor. We're gonna go visit the engineer, drop off our packages at Lake Knot, get a new set of packages for South Knot City, I think if I'm remembering the names correctly. And we will come back to this auto paver and dump all of the resources of like the northern cities, all the metals and ceramics I can gather into the road network leading into the mountains, so I can do in-game deliveries in the mountains a lot easier. Last time I played the game, I think I stopped during the in-game content here in the central region, but revisiting the snowy region with all the in-game equipment would be a real treat. I remember going back for some reason, but not spending a lot of time back there, and it was really fun to zip around with the zip lines and the power gloves. Alright, we're going to engineer, right? Yes. And there was a... yeah, this auto paver looks like a good... Nah, we can tiptoe into mule territory just a bit to get off the highway closer to him. This is fun. Why are logistics this fun? These roads were already completed for me, by the way, when I started this run. I think these roads are going to be the most popular ones for players who are beating the game past the in-game content. Where's my exit? The engineer's got some lost cargo. Do I stop for it? Nah. Oh, I might be able to just zip my way over to him. We are definitely stopping for these ceramics. Okay, there's something like a road path here. But I got off the highway too early. I even pointed this out on the map, that I could afford to stay on the highway a little longer. Although, on planning, I was doing it for time, not obstacles. There's a giant hole in the ground keeping me from going through Plan A. Uh-oh, I hope we didn't take damage from that bumpy ride.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Okay.
No!
Oh, hey. Good to see you. You've done...
Oh yeah, isn't that guy someone? That's supposed to be Junji Ito or someone like that? I get the name wrong.
Thanks.
The spooky guy. Spooky Ghost Stories guy who worked with Kojima for a bit on PT before it got cancelled. A lot of deliveries.
Hey, Sam. How's it going? Well, the cargo's in great condition.
Did I just see at least 1,000 ceramic points worth of ceramic in this guy's bunker I can steal? For roads? Oh, I delivered wine. I don't know if that was what Token was talking about, though. We maxed out his connection level. You now have permission to rest! Right, okay, so does that actually look different than the usuals? Because I'm doing it right away. Jeez, Madonna. What?
Here. I've been meaning to give this to you. I hope you can find a use for it.
Okay.
Well, be safe out there.
Good work. New order.
I think we can afford to leave some resins behind. And some special alloys. Those things aren't as special as I was thinking. At least not for now.
Order assigned.
Alright, now let's claim the shit out of all the ceramics this guy has to offer. And our weight is still good. Okay. Let's deliver to Lake Knot. No. Let's go back to the autopaver pour as much of our cargo onto the autopaver as possible, then go to Lake Knot. Wait, right? Yeah, Lake Knot. Also, I might have to go to the bathroom. Because that'll optimize the amount of space we'll have for, wait, maybe it won't. I'll have to look at the numbers. Okay, so the road network going from Lake Knot City to South Knot City is almost completed. I don't know why this chunk's like orange. I think I remember working on that one last night. In any case, I see a solid line going all the way from north to south. Also like blue here. When it's citrus colored, that definitely means it's completed to some certain extent, although there's like different shades of citrus colors I'm seeing. It's weirding me out. But yeah, just fast. We're just gonna drive on the highways with vehicles like a normal person would do. Why is the route wanting me to go all the way down there? Because it's a bad route. I want to go to Lake Knot City. I want to go on the highway. Oops. So I wanted to complete as much of the road network from north to south in as straight a line as possible, because that'll help me do the pizza delivery real easy. If I can't even do it in a vehicle, I can do it with the speed skeleton real easy using these roads. Ceramics! Should I? Yeah, I should. It actually is worth getting out the car for a few seconds and punching this guy's ceramics out of his... Wait, do I have a sticky gun? Could I snatch it out of his hands? What sort of mule tools do I have for him? Smoke grenade. Yeah! Okay, here we go. So when the crosshair turns red, I fire, right? Also, I guess this guy doesn't see the laser that is super obvious and scary when I see it. Yeah! I'll get better at the catching later. As of right now, though, just want as many ceramics as possible. The metals I'm ignoring, the ceramics are where the money's really at. Okay, we're gonna pack the car up with metals and ceramics and standard deliveries going in a south direction and try to complete the road network as far as I can make it to the Timefall farm. Can I break these vehicles down for parts? Can I recycle the vehicles? Can I get ceramic from the vehicles? Vehicles have ceramics in them, right? Garage. Store vehicle. Free vehicle. I don't think you can break vehicles down into their raw construction materials and recycle them. Yeah, there's the sticky guns. So, yeah, that would explain... would explain why other players abandon vehicles if you can't break them down.
Thank you, Sam.
Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
Good work. New...
Before we recycle anything, let's steal as much ceramics as we can. We got too much equipped on our character. Kind of want to go into this next leg of the journey with a more clean slate. Be right back. I'm gonna go check on something in the kitchen. Hey. Alright, where were we? Making a bit more of a clean slate for the next leg of the journey. Loading up on as much extra materials and ceramics as possible, or metals and ceramics as possible before going out for the next journey, then recycling the next... The engineer's connection level is like maxed out, right? I see that from the map here? Or was it Elder who was maxed out? Yeah, engineer's maxed out. What do I get for delivering to people who are maxed out? Elder, craftsman, junk dealer, studio. Okay, let's prioritize the ones whose connection level is not maxed out. Elder's not maxed out. Engineer is the only one who's maxed out. Okay, we'll skip engineer and do the other ones. Oh, what's this urgent? This is a lot of gunk taking up space. I would much rather have my truck Be full of ceramics and metals instead of all this gunk. Oh no. Let's try it. Where is my truck? Where is my truck? Did I want to change my truck? My truck is right here. It looks like it's still in good condition. Oh, maybe I need to shove the other one out of the way of the elevator. Come on. Oh man, we're out of space now. Where's the truck?
Order assigned.
Hope this will fit in the truck. Oh. The menus don't want to be showing me my truck for some reason. Thank you. Maybe I'll be able to do this after all. Maybe not. Okay, now we can fit inside. We're gonna have to sacrifice something for the recycler, though. Wait, what? I don't want to waste them. Death Stranding gets tricky in the endgame like this, where I apparently have more room in my private locker than I do in the construction materials inventory system where the metals go when you recycle them. In any case, this truck is full of ceramics for very important road construction duties. We also have a nice linear sequence, a straight line. We're going to Craftsman, then Elder. From the Elder, we might have to make quite a foot journey to the film director. There's not a lot of truck usage for a certain leg of this journey I have planned. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. We're making things interesting. Why does it still play the intense, exciting combat music for, like, this stretch where you're allowed to take a very relaxing stroll? Uh-oh. Okay, we're good.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Thank you.
Now I want to see if this gives me more ceramics at his bunker I can steal.
Our thanks. What?
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you
Can someone clarify what
go ahead and grab it. whenever.
what generates the construction materials at the bunkers? Like, what do I have to do to get more ceramics if I run out?
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
There's still an alert mode. It's just for comedic timing. So cute. Okay, we got 68 materials. 68, 6. Am I seeing that right? 68 ceramics? I'm assuming these weren't here before because I cleared them out, and I can take 40 of these now. I feel like if there were 40 of them available before, I would have taken them before. But yeah, I think when you complete deliveries, they give you a little variety pack of construction materials. And the lore text all says that you're being paid in likes, but apparently de facto game logic reality is that they are paying you in massive amounts of construction materials that can be used to rebuild America's interstate highway network. Apparently just tons upon tons of, I don't know, they don't really call it concrete and asphalt, but ceramics and special alloys, yes. So who's next? Elder. Oh, we have a zip line! Wonderful! Okay, let me just go ahead and get rid of all my other markers, because I think I have a PCC on me, don't I? And I can PCC my way over that zip line. Oh, I don't have a PC. That's what the old man needs. The elder needs a PCC so that I can connect with that zip network that another player already has. Wait, where did it go? Zip line? Just looking at it. I was just looking. Oh, here's one. Is that really gonna be that cool for me? Oh, there it is. Okay, zip line. Zip line. Is this actually gonna make it up the hill? I don't have much faith here. Why is this elder such a pain in the ass to get to? Obstacle detected. Well, the elder is still going to require a ladder climb to get to then. I don't remember where that ladder was. There it is. Okay, let me see also if the Elder, oh no, generates ceramics too. That's a lot of sleeping tablets. Not enough for my back. Oh yeah, the carriers. I didn't think about this as much as I should have. Am I gonna have to make multiple trips? Okay, I think this is everything marked for the Elder. They're not very heavy, but they're taking up a lot of space, so this is going to be a comical foot journey. So, when I get to his bunker, I need to remember to fabricate myself a carrier again, and also check for any new ceramics. Oh hey, the silent high-fiver. Do you actually know how the system works? Because there might be kind of a Dark Souls regional filtration system going on, where maybe you have to be on the east coast of the United States to see my roads, and... Like, what do I have to do to see your roads? How do we confirm whether or not we're using each other's roads? Do we need to? Does it even matter? Etc. and so forth. That wasn't that bad of a walk. Why does everyone complain about the Elder so much? We could build a zipline network here right now! The ziplines are way cheaper than the roads. I hope they don't cost ceramics. If they don't cost ceramics, I'm not going to build any ziplines. I meant that the other way around, if they do cost ceramics. The problem with the Elder is that his front door is just facing away from the highway. Makes it confusing. But not that confusing. I got this.
Surprised to see me, son? Let's... What? Excellent.
Is he still not maxed out? I got an S rank on both those deliveries.
Here, I have something for you. It isn't much, but if you want it, it's all yours.
The easy way to climb up his hill. It's a ladder? I guess? Why does he want me to have high-density resins? What does this old man have to do with resin?
Until next time.
Okay, we might not build the carriers, but we might build PCCs. Yeah, he has 92 ceramics. Oh. Okay, those don't cost ceramics. Let's build 2 of them. Make sure that the zipline network's complete. Floating carrier does not require ceramics, but it's also not really... There's only 90 ceramics to steal here. I'll believe it when I see it, Roller 42. I'm skeptical. I don't trust easy. Yeah, I was gonna claim ceramics. The gamer part of our brain wants us to use the path, even drive through with the trike. Is it this guy's sign here? Is he trying to show us a way? I can't really see it from here. It still looks like these cliffs are too steep, and even the part of the cliffs where they're at their lowest point of resistance still look pretty steep. Oh, I forgot to rest at the engineer's house and see what happens when you rest at the houses. You max them out and you're allowed to rest, and yeah, he's not maxed out yet. He still has a bit of a sliver. Maybe the bots will max him out?
Deploying auto...
It's on the side of the highway, not the mule side. Really? Because the east face of the mountain was what someone mentioned before, and it's where someone put a this way sign. Okay, I gotta figure out... I can solve this problem with the zipline just as easily. Oh, look at that. Hell yeah. You are welcome. I better not see anyone complaining about the Elder for the next few days. Enjoy. That'll get you right there lickety-split.
Construction complete.
Oh, no, wrong way, wrong way.
Right on.
We're just gonna back our way onto the highway. Ah, screw this. We're just gonna jackknife our way back onto the highway. Hang on, gotta stop. These 40 ceramics are extremely important.
Let's roll.
Okay, I think the next stop is the distro center? Yeah. What is a good way to the film director, though? I think it's going to be driving across the bridges going through the mule territory. It's not that difficult to drive through, so long as you just don't have to stop for anything on the way. I hope. I should probably prepare to some certain extent, shouldn't I? Look at him moaning and groaning. I know, right? Is this even worth it? They don't have those things programmed to lower as fast as they need to. Alright, let's see if this place generated any new ceramics since the last time I was here. Yeah, we have 150 of them.
I gotta hand it to you.
Also, I wonder if the mule territory is still going to be cleared out from when I beat them all unconscious with plastic boxes.
Good work.
Everything all right? Wow. I'll bet you're about...
Little does he know I have a truck. Okay. So we went from 116 to 172. Available, amount ownable. So when you pass over a certain level, does it give you a new chunk of resources? Do they slowly generate over time? Death Stranding seems to be a game all about consciously engaging the player's ignorance of the finer details. I mean, look at all this shit that comes flying past your face every single time you complete one of these deliveries. No one actually reads all that, right? Right? Does anyone here... How many people are watching? Okay, of the 36 people watching, who here claims to understand the scoring screens when you... Oh, we're not gonna do that one. When you... Or that one. Those are for later. Who here claims to understand how to read that screen? Oh, you get used to the menus. You get used to the menus by ignoring a lot of them. Classic open world games. That's a funny one. I should have read the flavor text. Ceramics. Ceramics. What would we do without ceramics? Ceramics. We steal all they've got. Okay. Now, the next place we're going to was kind of tough, right? Didn't I want to prepare for mules or something? We got junk dealer. We got film director. Chiral artist studio. South Knot City. I don't know how much of that is truly truckable, but we're gonna try to truck it. I gotta... Oh wait, I have to pee in real life, so that means I should... Yeah, there we go. I gotta pee, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we were going through mule territory. I'm unsure whether or not they're gonna still be there. But in case they are, what were the funniest things to use on them? The smoke cargo decoy. Bridges, actual literal bridges will be very helpful here. So maybe I should bring a PCC. I don't want to rely on the zip lines though. I want to get my truck through here. It looks like I could still drive through the steep mountains and then along the smooth coastline. But there's some jagged badlands with huge gouges in the terrain. There might be mules, so PCC Volume 1. That's going to be our bridge tool. 3 of them. We might want it for a generator too. And smoke grenade. I already have 1. Where's the decoy cargo? Yeah! Now I did steal the ceramics, right? Yes, yes I did. Which metal do I have in my truck? Maybe use a little more, I bet. I don't think we're going to use that anytime soon, but after I make these deliveries through the Badlands, I'll be back on the highway network again and we'll be continuing to build new chunks of highway network on the way to South Knot City. And then from South Knot City, we'll keep building the highway network on the way to Timefall Farm. And then when we get to the Timefall Farm, we'll accept the pizza delivery quest for Peter Engelbert and run it all the way across the whole map. It'll be really fun with the speed skeleton on. Metals. I'm still keeping an eye out for ceramics, and also a left turn I should actually make here. I hope it's not going to rain on me. I did not prepare for rain. Good thinking out loud. Oh! Okay, yeah, let's... Before we go out, let's bring a couple pieces of rain gear with us.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Decontaminating system. All clear. Welcome. Keep on for the bridges.
Okay, I just saw a chat message saying that the territory should be cleared for a few hours, and that is good. I think it was about 1 hour ago when I cleared it out. Another one pointed out how they stopped playing the game for the menus. I said that you eventually get used to it. One of the reasons I think I got used to it is that I have a fairly enough easy time using my imagination to picture Sam clicking through menus his own self, spending a lot of time organizing his bags and stuff. That comes with the territory of the kind of adventure fantasy that they're digging at. But the other thing is that they're kind of satisfying to click through in a certain way after you get used to them. In the classic Metal Gear way, there's a lot of very fun tactile chirps and beeps, and your controller rumbles as you click through the menus.
Have a pleasant journey.
I brought it up because they're not great, and I don't... Like, I'm saying all that with the qualifier that it's not a stellar example of what a menu-driven game logic would play out in this kind of fantasy scenario. I can't think of examples off the top of my head that do it well, but I can think of some that do it ambitiously. One of which I think is the 2009 Alone in the Dark reboot. Oh, Resident Evil 5 is one. Resident Evil 4, rather. Yeah, it seems to make sense for there to be at least an interest in menuing as a diegetic, fun gameplay activity that's part of the fantasy. Also, yeah, I think they're still knocked out. They're still asleep. That's not good. The whole thing about not killing the bad guys might be kicking in here. Oh, wait, maybe it's like the trailer part. Oh, no! So they've been knocked out for a while. But maybe like Ricky and the Trailer Park Boys, that's okay because their brains don't use as much oxygen as the rest of us. So they can afford to stay knocked out with their brains inhaling less oxygen for a few minutes. Usually that causes brain damage and potentially kills people. You can't just knock people unconscious and leave them alone like you can in video games. It's bad, kids. But maybe that also explains why there's such a pushover in a fight. And they don't seem like particularly smart enemies either. I like how I skipped that drop of that cliff. Okay, another question with regards to the world building. When did the mules move into mule territory? And why did the people I'm delivering to back here not move away after the mules? I mean, my immediate assumption, we might not get a clear explanation, so headcanons and assumptions and interpretations are where the action is here, right? Okay, so I'm assuming, off the top of my head, that even though they have high-tech robo technology that can lift heavy amounts of metals very smoothly and cheaply and quickly, it's still more work to move the survival bunkers around than it is to move the mule camps around. Maybe since there's also less survivalists than there are mules, the mules have a few more muscly man arms on their side to do some of the heavy lifting of making the move. But yeah, the mules look like they are more transient and temporary than the survivalists, but the mules are never... their territory on the map is never going to change. So maybe the survivalists are like hedging a bet that the mules might get tired and move out eventually, and then they'll be able to have their transportation networks be a little bit more closer to actual society. Should I build an extra bridge here between these two? Nah. But yeah, the silly question of who the hell would live all the way out here and why did they build their things all the way out here, I guess can be answered comfortably enough by how they're called preppers. They're supposed to reflect weirdo libertarians that want to live out of the way in real life, right? But there's so many questions that this begs that are not going to get answered. And whether or not that is a good thing is something humanity as a whole is just not ready to come to a consensus on. Okay, so mules like to settle in high traffic areas for deliveries. It would seem to make sense, kind of like how they're camped off the side of the highway, like they're highwaymen. But then why don't their bases look as permanent as the survivalists? The survivalists have these metal underground bunkers, the mules are living in rubber tents on top of the ground.
Good work. New.
Maybe we're just supposed to assume that this whole situation is extremely temporary and no one has been able to live a stable lifestyle for longer than a 4 or 5 year span at all. In which case, the explanation is one that I quite like, and that is that the characters in the game are just as weirded out by this as we are. Which is a very nice way to square so many of these stupid circles. Oh good, I got report number 12. I don't think I got report number 1 though.
A token of my appreciation. Take it.
Am I supposed to be filling out the connection levels of the eastern region to get that? The central region's the most fun. The one I always spend the most time in. Also, our truck made it back here pretty fine.
Good work. New order.
Countries are bullshit, but wait, what does the old man have to say? That looked actually interesting. Giant gorilla figurines, vintage monster figurines, defective printer cartridges, none of that looks interesting. His connection level still not maxed out enough for me to take a rest. Right, ceramics. I need to steal all the ceramics that these people have to offer. I should also look really far ahead of my route and see what kind of materials I'll be using in these things. I think this is complete. I'm kind of weirded out by how it's striking my colorblind eyeballs as a different shade of whatever citrus, orange, beige. Okay, here on this stretch of the road it kind of looks like cantaloupe color. But when I mouse over the auto pavers, it doesn't tell me about any materials they need. But let's see what it says for this blue stretch here. No. Aha! Okay, so there we need about 700 metals, 500 ceramics, another 600 metals, and 300 ceramics. So that's 1100 metals, 5, 6, 7, 800 ceramics. That is a lot of ceramics. I guess this stretch of the road is already pre-complete. Okay, that's 2 more stretches of the road. Cosplayer have any ceramics? The cosplayer has 152 ceramics. Neat. Are there going to be ghosts? Okay, I can kind of stay on the edge of the timefall storm. It looks like if I go faster now, I might have to deal with less ghost bullshit. I was not prepared to deal with ghosts. Things are going to get interesting here. I might have to leave the truck behind for one of these hills. And those hills look like they're covered in ghosts. Oh boy. Got bridges at least. Do we have a ladder? Need to remember that PCC too. The bridges might come in handy for this mountain. Okay, let's get going now before the rain gets worse. And check my emails with the destination. There was an interesting email, but Timefall's coming down in 10 minutes. What a game! What a cool game! It looks kind of flat so far, but I know that as soon as I clear a bit more of the fog, there's going to be a mountain in that fog. And it might start raining too. The signs are warning me about rain and ghosts. Oh, I can see the bunker already though. What was that mountain on the... Oh, that's nothing! This was no mountain, this is a hill. Well, that looked way more intimidating on the map than it does in person. There's probably a way to get a car through here. Oh, you know what people should have been doing? They should be marking these paths with signs, like the go here, this way signs. Oh, hello. It's a good thing I didn't smack those guys with my truck.
Sam, it's good.
Oh yeah, these guys have a fun story.
Huh. Not much damage. Not bad.
You took really good care of this, didn't you?
Speaking of side characters with interesting backstories, you do get it during the main story, but these guys are full of it. They have some of the only fun emails to read.
There's something we'd like you to have.
This is for you. You got room for it?
Is Token Flip Guy still around? Yeah, another one. There are a few of these actually. Let's keep a car. Oops, wrong button. Token Flip Guy is a fan who has platinumed this game, and I bet it's really fun. I bet it's a lot more fun to platinum this than the actual Metal Gear games, because of how the hardest, most interesting challenges are still going to feel pretty casual and relaxing to play, but still require your brain and your fingers. We have 712 ceramics. Oh, that is cutting it thin. I might actually have enough. I might actually have just enough on me right now to complete these roads. Yeah, I wanted to read some emails and catch up, but I'm also worried about the weather. Oh, wait, no, I should read them now. I should pass the time now. I don't think I have any time-sensitive deliveries, or at least none that need 10 minutes. Where is there a timefall shelter? And if there isn't, I could build one. I got PCCs. What are all these ghosts that they're Marking though. Ghosts go away with the rain, right? There's a timefall shell. Okay. We'll take a load off and catch up on emails in that timefall shelter for 10 minutes, and then we'll make our way to the destination.
Don't be a stranger.
Okay, yeah, so like, the preppers are also sometimes adorable weirdos. And the couple there definitely feel like some kind of adorable weirdo. Like I'm getting the impression that the girl is some female actress or model that Kojima likes. Maybe that's why his wife divorced him. Because he might have been getting weird about it. Yeah, it seems like there's some not very subtle fetishization going on here for a Japanese guy who sure does loving indulging in Occidentalism. There's a picturesque multi-ethnic American couple there where the woman is clearly not speaking with an American accent and the guy looks about as inoffensively white-collared and vanilla as possible. And they have a little romance drama arc where they right around the time you learn that most people on planet Earth have since the Death Stranding apocalypse become asexual. No one wants to bang anymore except those two. When you reunite them and make them a couple, it's like they're the only ones on the planet who seem like they want to get married and have kids for like a week. And then they get upset with each other and have to separate. And then they decide to make up and get back together again. Who knows what's going to happen next? In any case, there's definitely some interesting projection and personality going on with that character and their story. And the Elder might have one here too. Oh? That's the social contract. Okay, so this also immediately reads to me as a bit nonsensical. Maybe someone in the chat can make more sense of it, but he's using the word me and us with reference to the American president, but also there seems like a pretty clear Trump reference going on here with the border wall and how he's bored on the other side of it. But he's identifying with the regime inside the wall, but also with the stuff with the people being excluded outside the wall. And this causes him to develop a radical distrust in governments, which is fair. A lot of American immigrants from shitty countries do turn into libertarian gun nut weirdos who would be the kind of people to live in survivalist bunkers in the middle of nowhere. They have a valid enough reason to have a chip on their shoulder against government authorities, and also it's a wonderful and beautiful thing that America is such a free country with such cheap land that they can afford to live the kind of lifestyle they would want after adjusting and assimilating. But he's also using that same kind of logic to distance himself from the government help it sounds like he wants. But then again, I also have to weigh the very real possibility that Kojima is aware that the Preppers' politics might be incoherent, as normal people's are. And when building this game off of melancholy or cataclysmic apocalyptic predictions he might have been feeling in the late 20-teens for the game to come out in 2019 before the pandemic in 2020, it seems to make just as much sense as it doesn't make sense. Kojima is referencing a very real phenomenon in this character, and the character's own logic is about as incoherent and weird as real people who actually engage with this real phenomenon tend to be. I remember in my Death Stranding video, I said something like scientists have yet to conclude if Hideo Kojima games are very smart or very stupid, and this right here is like hitting those vibes. I can't tell if this is smart or stupid or not. But what it definitely is not is boring and uninteresting and not stimulating. Like, thinking the starter stupid question already has my brain cells lighting up more than most conventional action games that aren't going to give this much of a shit. I'll say they are stupidly smart, yeah. Their politics being incoherent is so delicious because it makes sense. Right, okay, so let's assume, I mean, can't really get a good, like, glance at his accent or his complexion here through the hologram colors. Let's assume that he is Hispanic from the south of the American border who is talking about the border wall campaign promises made by Trump during 2015 and 16 when this game was in development. This is a character who would have spent the first chunk of his life excluded from the country, but he's using the word we and us as if it is his, which means there might be a sort of pan-North American identity that Kojima's hinting at, which I'm sure is something that most Americans might not really disagree with. Yeah, is Kojima trying to make us think of all North Americans having a pan-North American identity that doesn't begin or end at the borders between Mexico and the US and Canada? That's cool. I don't know if that makes any more or less sense though than what they actually thought through when coming up with that character's story, you know? It's great and it's cute and I love it! Ah! Okay, let's read one of the interviews. Wait, what's the music? Huh? Okay. Is that the time shelter? Oh my god, I think I know what's going on here. So I did read on an online guide somewhere that, and this is one of the reasons why I'm reading through the materials at the Timefall Shelter, that time actually passes in real time when you're in the menus with regards to the weather calculation. With AI entities running around chasing you like ghosts and bad guys, I think they are paused. But the weather simulation is running in real time, which means that waiting for 10 minutes is something actually kind of viable here. They might be playing the music in the interviews for your reading. Maybe not for the mail. Maybe the game logic does pause time when you're reading your mail, but not your interviews. Maybe that's what's going on here. In any case, which one of these might be interesting without getting rid of the exclamation point arrows to remind me? Okay, discovering America. Tell me, how much do you know about America? Not much is my guess. I'm trying to read it in his voice, and seeing if that makes any more sense. Okay, yeah, once again, this doesn't seem that interesting. I'm sure that, like, undergrads going through social studies class would appreciate this being here, but what's the point? Why are they shoving some themes at us with a sledgehammer so obviously that I'm thinking too hard about it? The stuff that I was reading in the emails was more interesting. It got me questioning the character's politics, whereas Deadman, he seems like a fictional weirdo. The Elder, on the other hand, sounded like he could have been a real person. Yeah, there is something... There are different vibes for this one than the emails. Okay, Heartman is full of pretentious pseudoscience. Deadman just sounds like shallow, surface-level naivete. Let's see what Hartman has to say about the Kipus. This was a Native American writing system where they used knots to make words. Ancient Incan society. Oh, this is when Bridget gives you the Kipu and she says, "Here, I brought you a metaphor," as if Death Stranding wasn't simultaneously subtle and also subversive enough at the same time.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but soon the sting will pass.
Okay. Yeah, again, this isn't very interesting. We see that the Kipu is at once a tool for communication, storytelling, and ritual. This is redundant. He's, listing various definitions for the term writing system over and over and over again. And sometimes the wordplay that Kojima gets into is more for the benefit of the Japanese audience than the international one, and I can excuse it in those situations, but sometimes it just doesn't seem very excusable. Yeah, Kipu, this is not that interesting. And I do wonder how much it really has to do with the more interesting layers of the game, like how the prepper email writing did. Okay, let me look at this thing again. Is there anything actually interesting here? It's a Incan writing system, but writing might not be accurate because they use knots and ropes. Either way, they're not describing something that doesn't sound that unremarkable for any other ancient, early writing system developed indigenously in an isolated setting. Yeah, whole histories could be contained in these intricate webs. This means the exact same thing if you just change the word to letter, or word, or symbol. They could be ascribed magical properties, just like a writing system. Certain combinations of knotted numbers were thought to encourage the dead to sleep peacefully in their graves, for example. Thus we see that Kipu is at once a tool for communication, storytelling, and ritual. That's the other thing. If you already know what a Kipu is, it's such an eye-roller to be hearing all this. Who is the demographic here? Kids who might not know a lot of Native American history. Teenagers. Yeah, you would assume that an international audience of Japanese teenagers would not know what a Kipu is. And they, would not... This would be more for their benefit. Yeah, the English-speaking audience who's more in tune with American history would be rolling their eyes at this stuff. And I bet a good chunk... I know that a good chunk of the Japanese audience rolls their eyes at it, but I'd wager that a slightly less percentage chance. Slightly less percentage slice of the pie. Oh yeah, and what he's talking about is a very clever part of the game that feels maddening to play through, and really softens up your impatience for just how much suspense you're going to be feeling for the hour-and-a-half long cutscene at the end of the game. Going through the thing that Hartman's talking about, where you're stranded on the beach and the credits start rolling, and you know it's not the credits, and you think there might be a way to make it faster. That is a really brilliant, clever way of forcing the player into the kind of mood where they're going to feel very invested in the simplest of beats of the cutscenes following afterwards. It reminds me a lot of Metal Gear Solid 3's ending. It makes so much less sense on paper, but it is, like, Death Stranding's ending compared to MGS3, but it does hit me almost as hard, about as hard. It is thrilling. I cannot put the controller down, and the imagery on the screen is something that looks like a pixel art indie game about depression, where Sam is standing on a beach and the credits are rolling by, and there's nothing on the screen, but it feels absolutely maddening. Your brain is going a mile, shooting off 1,000 different words per second when you're trying to think of how to get out of there. A character gives you a gun. You think in the back of your head as the player that you probably have to shoot yourself in the head with a gun to get out of this afterlife purgatory prison that Sam is trapped in. But there's no button on the controller for it until after some certain time. He does it in a cutscene anyway. Like, it's consciously breaking game design rules to get you softened up and frustrated for a payoff later. It's genius, and it's brilliant, and it's wonderful, and probably more interesting to think about than the text here. Let's see. 30 days of relentless searching for us, though for him it must have felt like an eternity. That is funny. I'm mentioning this because when you're playing it, it's probably 10 to 15 minutes, but it feels like an hour. And they accomplish that effect through game design. It must have felt like an eternity. 30 days of relentless searching for us. Anyways. Oh, that they know we were here. Yeah, so we're also getting some of the existentialist themes shoved in our face with the sledgehammer, delivered with Heartman's fascination with deep time, long-term evolution, and human nature being more evolutionarily determined than culturally determined. But you know what? That's just Hartman. How do we know whether or not that's him speaking or the author? Also, I love how smooth and seamless of a kill time break that was. Some time got killed in the menus. I synced up a bathroom break in real life with Sam's break. You can get strategic about when you read the flavor text, the lore text unlocks, by timing that up to when you need to take a break in the game. And the rain's cleared out. I'm having an easier time making this drive here. I don't know if there are ghosts or not, but I'm assuming that the wheels get better traction. Clear rather than dry weather. Okay, so we got a fan vote on that email I just read being a a theme sledgehammer thing. The existentialist theme. If human life is pointless, then at least leave behind an interesting fossil record for whoever might be there 60 million years later. That's a theme that they get into in the main story that they sure make sure you know about. Uh-oh. I think I might have gone too far around this hill. Also, I would like to go to the Timefall farm and make my pizza delivery now. I see that it's almost 11:30, and I like to wrap these streams up at 11:30, and I was hoping to do the Peter Engelberg pizza delivery mission, because that's the one where reading the emails actually is really fun. And you finally get a peek at what the bunkers look like on the inside. As I recall, they're not actually that exciting. Oh, Lou likes the speed. Let's go fast for Lou.
ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Target.
Okay, we're gonna give her a bunch of pretty ornaments, and we're gonna take all of her ceramics and metals. A very fair exchange.
Keep on keeping on.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. Oh my lord, you brought so much.
Oh, okay. So Trig apparently might know more of the lore. The Elder's talking about the Berlin Wall. That's why he had to leave everyone behind. Hispanics don't become pariahs when they emigrate to the US. Soviets did. Oops, am wrong. Shelter.
Listen, I know you've got a lot of stuff to carry, but if you have room for...
Last time she gave me a gold-coated ladder. More chiral boots. I am racking these things up surprisingly fast. I thought I'd only have one pair to have to hold on to for the whole game, but people just keep...
Thanks again for everything.
Well, I don't know if they just keep giving me them, but I keep going out of my way to unlock them after hard work. Oh, I got another email. Alright. Let's do the lightest weight ones.
Deploying.
And now the real prize. Is this gonna fit in my car? Uh-oh. Okay, two of them aren't gonna fit. It's a short journey. Just a few steps. Okay, but wait, yeah, Trig, you're describing something that, once again, would not sound that unremarkable. Thing is... Uh-oh. Ah! Oh my god! I don't even think I knew that could happen. Okay, anyways, thing is, yeah, the description of the Kipu in that email, does not contradict the same logic of European writing systems either. There was also the association with magic and class limitations. I think the archaeologist will tell you that the linear B script that was used in Mycenaean Greece, in Homeric Greece, was deliberately designed to be very, very complicated, so that only the privileged, the rich and privileged, would be able to have the time to figure it out. Similar deal with the cuneiform system in Mesopotamia. The Phoenician alphabet might really be the first one that was able to get utilized by larger chunks of people than the earliest ones that were ever invented by humans, they tend to lean more complex. So, yeah, that is also not particularly outrageous. Which vehicle do I want? Huh? I guess I want the one that's not rusted. Truck 2. Carried on back. I'm just gonna go by color. A nice clean gray truck, the one that's gonna get my load. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Okay. There are some deliveries that I'm just gonna have to make. At the expense of room for ceramics. I'm gonna try to bring everything that isn't a ceramic back home. Oh no. I don't think this is gonna work. Why is the baby liking it though?
Thank you for your contribution.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, 3, 5, 6, 7. Why did I agree to this one? Oh well. Shouldn't be hard. I'm going to have a lot of the road completed soon. Yeah. Oh. Let's have a continuous road actually and not build a chunk completely in the middle of the route with nothing connecting it on either end. It's looking like these are all coming with a certain degree of supplies ready to go right off the bat, but I thought I remembered playing one last night that not like that. I think Kojima is taking the sledgehammer approach because when he tried this in MGS2, it went over so many people's heads. Okay, now I think we have this completed to do the little, little loops and turns it does around the cosplayer's bunker, so that means the next stop is towards South Knot. Okay, there's this big order I have to go all the way back to Lake Knot, and I think I could do it really fast with the truck. And then I think I can teleport down to the Timefall farm, fabricate the speed skeleton I would need to carry the pizza flat on my back and the champagne in my hands with 125% of stamina. Wait a second, there must be other auto pavers around here. Timefall farm. I think all the auto pavers connecting Lake Knot to South Knot are actually complete, and there aren't any that are going to connect the Timefall farm South Knot. That's unfortunate. I'll just have to teleport. But I can do it. I can do it. We'll have roads sooner afterwards. I hope it won't take the full 30 minutes. But I am interested in doing this pizza delivery before the end of the stream. It's inconvenient, but I'm gonna do it. We just have to drive in a straight line for like 10 minutes, and then we're gonna teleport, and things will get actually interesting after the teleport. Yay, I made it! And I have way... So one of the other things I gotta keep in mind here is that I kind of overshot my materials budget. I have a lot more. Oh, look at this, they left them right on the elevator for me. I actually have more materials than I need. I suppose we can put the truck away now and stash the materials in the material storage. Well, what kind of a sentence was I even trying to say?
Nothing beats a package delivered by Sam Bridges himself. Come see it. We're always happy.
Good work.
Collector. Revolutionary PlayStation systems. Okay, I heard about this. Some optional preppers that you might never meet. It looks like they're living pretty close to a road. Might want to build a bridge or something on the way there. Yeah, let's do it. It's fun. Oh, 25,000? Good lord. Okay, first of all, let me put the truck away. Yeah, this one. I think when I do that, all the materials that were stored in it are gonna get... They're not gonna be deleted from the universe, right? Yeah, I got 3,000 ceramics, 7,000 metals. That sounds about right. There they are, under materials, okay. We barely have any weight on us at all. We got 1,000 kilos to the distro center, 2,500 kilos to Lake Knot, and then just 40 to the collector here.
That there's an arse... When...
This is ringing some bells, though. I feel like I might have met the collector on my first run through the game. Ah, crap, wrong button. I think I remember a cheeky prepper who lived under a cliff around here. So you know what, let's bring a climbing anchor and a ladder. And the stuff to make a bridge. Uh-oh. Okay. Never mind. We can't do all the biggest orders. We'll just have to pick the smaller of the two. How, I wonder, is it possible to, like, connect multiple trucks together and make a train? I think it's this one. We're gonna have to go without. Alright. Alright, let's go. Let's go fast. I'm gonna try to go fast on this one. We gotta get to the collector as soon as possible. Wait, did that say galaxy gun? Sticky gun. Okay. Oh! Pfft. We got miles and miles of open road here. By the way, what is the gunk underneath the roads? What is that? How do these roads support themselves on their own weight? What is this made out of? It's made out of metals and ceramics. Why did I ask? Obviously it's made out of metals and ceramics. Okay, how... Oh, the Corellium! The Corellium's like holding it up on the underside or something. See how there's like parts of it that are floating upwards? Right, okay, Corellium is lighter than air. It floats. It takes the weight off of things. How do I get to the collector? Still more to go. If I'm ever feeling confused, if I'm ever questioning something, you know what? It's just Corellium. That's the answer to my question. Road juice. But okay, Corellium is a gold-colored floating crystal, and what you see under the road is a slimy black goop. They call the ghost goop tar, but I don't think they literally mean tar. And apparently there's huge lakes of it that stretch miles across. But tar is used to make road, right? When they lay out the hot, soft asphalt, I went too far. Don't they call it tar until it dries into solid asphalt or tarmac? I don't think tar is a very scientifically strict word. I think tar has several definitions depending on who you're asking. There's so long as it's like a black goop, I don't think the chemical composition matters too much. Got zip lines. I don't think I have a PCC to connect it though. In any case, let's see what that zip line connects to. And carry the collector's packages out with us. And climbing equipment. I need, climbing anchor and ladder. He wants 3 PlayStations. I do have the climbing anchor on me right now. Okay, but yeah, Corellium is a solid, I think, in most of the state where it is discussed in this game. It is a gold-colored crystal that is lighter than air and floats up in the air like helium. How it can be a solid but also be lighter than air is weird, but how does it materialize the road out of the neon blue ethereal goop? This is not going where I need it to go. Also, this looks like an awful walk. My feet are hurting vicariously. What horrible terrain. What a horrible terrain to deliver a pizza across. I can't wait to do the pizza up next, by the way. That's what I'm really looking forward to. This collector thing is just a distraction for that. Come on. Do I have a PCC? Yes. Might want to use a bridge on the way back. Oh no, there's obstacles detected. Man, the whole point of building a bridge is to get over the obstacles. Okay. Oh man. I do remember this. Thing is, I don't remember if it's from the post-game or from the story campaign. I do remember encountering the collector during my first playthrough. I did not encounter the collector so far in the second playthrough. This is the first time I've encountered him the second time. But I think this is giving me a lot of deja vu. I think the first time I played the game, I didn't meet the collector until post-game. Post-story. But I do remember the climbing anchor and thinking in the back of my head, wow, this is the most useful climbing anchor in the whole game. I also remember laughing at the thoughts of how he gets in and out of his home when he needs to. Yeah, he's like around here somewhere, right? Ah! Detected. What do they mean, obstacle detected? I don't see any obstacles. I'm not detecting obstacles. Okay, maybe the ladder will do it. Insufficient ground contact. Steep slope. It's playing really scary music for this guy. Try it right here. I wonder if I can steal his ceramics.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
But yeah, this is totally new. I do not remember seeing this for this run. It's been a good 5-6 years.
Cargo verified. Thank you.
Since I've gone through this experience.
Delivering cargo.
Hello? Hello? Oh, a delivery.
This is interesting. This guy...
Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Service befitting a legend among porters.
Is he deaf? Why'd he say hello, hello?
I suppose you've piqued my interest in the outside world somewhat. However, as I still have reservations concerning the UCA, I'd prefer to enter into a contract for the time being. I trust that won't be a problem? It's done then? Excellent. I will be sure to test the connection shortly.
The Famitsu guy.
Services again.
Okay, so this is a Japanese game reviewer?
Good work. New order available. Please have...
Old game console stolen by mules! That's cute, but for now I'm here for his ceramics. He's got 320. I'll bring it back to the truck network, but it might be a while before I start building roads again. It'll be when I want to, connect the,
Weapons restriction.
connect with the hotel. The mountain. Why did I say hotel? Wait, what's this ladder doing? I forgot. I just grabbed that thing by muscle memory.
Hey, come and get me.
I need to ladder my way up this cliff ahead. I guess he would be a zipline guy. You'd want to build zip lines adjacent to the highway, and that's how you could connect the transportation infrastructure going to him. No pain or inconvenience. I think the custom Cairo ladder's a little bigger. Is it? Let me eyeball this. Doesn't look bigger. Lighter and more durable. Might not be bigger, but might be lighter and more durable. Conflict of interest, man! Yeah, he needs zip lines. Walking across all these cylinders is rough. Pillars, I think these are called rock pillars. Yeah, made it. Smooth and safe. Wait, I think I misinterpreted the menus. I don't think I was on a quest to deliver something back to Lake Knock City after all. I think I can actually teleport over to the Timefall farm and do the pizza right now. I might have just wasted time. Okay. We will do the pizza. We're gonna take a break and do the pizza. Rest in private room, yes. I will have to go to the bathroom in real life again soon. I'm actually gonna time it up with Sam Porter Bridges once we teleport over to the Timefall farm.
Been a while, Sam. It's good to see you. Remember how to do this? You need to close your eyes and picture your destination.
Everyone loves you, Eddie. Oh, there's a dodge. Now we know. So you hold both shoulders and then press jump. Okay, one of the reasons I wanted to do this is because it will be very, very funny. I think if I get the speed skeleton, the highest grade version of it I currently have, and make sure to take a shower and drink 4 beers ahead of time, we will just be sprinting in a straight line for somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes to get all this done. And it will be very funny. And it will have narrative payoff, too. I don't know if I actually need to do this quest to get inside the pizza bunker, but getting inside the pizza bunker gives you narrative payoff. I might need new shoes while I'm at it. Oh, there's the dodge. It's more like a Shadow the Hedgehog soaping, but apparently there's a dodge in this game. Both shoulders and then X. Neato. Alright, now, orders for Sam. Fresh pizza. Keep flat. It's fragile. The champagne also has to be carried by hand, which I'm guessing means no vehicles. But as you can see, there is a road going for most of this trip. Need a couple ladders. We'll need one ladder. We'll need a couple ladders. There might be some rough terrain in the beginning, but if I go up the smooth slope of the, up to the weather station, and then take a right across the river by ladder, I'll be on a road. Okay, we want speed skeleton, a couple ladders, maybe 3 just in case. And I really think that's it. We'll change our boots out. Oh, I should steal all their ceramics too while I'm here. I only got 700. Okay, so the pizza has to be flat. That means 1, 2. So maybe we can put the pizzas on top of our ladders. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's do it. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be really funny.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
I think this will get me across the river. I was thinking of taking a... I was thinking of taking a safer route, but now I'm thinking of living a little and having some fun. Also, yes, hello, welcome. This is what they eat. This is actually what they drink. But the one and only farm in Death Stranding is right here. Also, this is going to be really funny. I can tell already. Look at how fast we're going. We're faster than the truck almost. Oh, I totally remember easily outrunning the mule trucks with the speed skeleton at least. But yeah, this thing is like why would you even need the motorcycle? Look at this. I don't think you can go as fast in MGS5. Uh-oh, my route's headed right into the mules. Okay, battery's gonna be an issue, but when we hit the road it won't be. Oh no, timefall is kind of an issue. I don't think I can use the zip lines with the champagne. I might could get away with it for a few seconds. I think it'll just take damage instead of failing the delivery. But, the hillside on that left is gonna slope me up. Battery's almost at 50%. Do I have a PCC on me? No, I do not. Is there a generator nearby? No. Left. See. Would be worth the detour. I have to grip both hands while going through this rough terrain. There we go, smoother path on the left. This is so fast! Like, this is a very satisfying sense of speed for how slow you go in most of the rest of the game. Aha, PCC. I'll take that. And we're full. I don't think stamina is going to be a problem either. I should drink before we get out of the rain. The rain will refill my canteen right when I take a swig. Okay, we'll shoulder trigger when going through the rocks and release the trigger when the ground is smooth. This is happening at a fast pace. I'm like mashing triggers like in a shooter game, but it's just to make the rocks go by a little smoother. Alright, and zipline. Let's slow down. Slow down, Sam. There you go. No, slow. There you go. Alright, now let's put this on our back for just a couple seconds. Oh, you can't! They won't even let you try. Oh, that's rough. Okay, I think I saw a climbing anchor that might get the problem. Solve the problem. Okay, there's my ladders down there. This is going to be really interesting. Oh no! How does climbing work while I have to hold the champagne? Oh boy. This might be more complicated than I originally thought, but we'll give it a try. How am I gonna get back up? If I need to. I might have to save scum. Maybe I should make my save now. So, I was planning on scaling some cliffs on the other side of the river to get to the cosplayer. But this business about having to hold the champagne in my hands, it might not be doable. Okay, let me drink Monster Energy drink before going through here. Let me get on solid ground for a second to take the swig. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm losing stamina really fast. Thank you. Are those death spots? Are those BTs? Are those players who have died? Do the players love to just jump off the cliffs around the waterfall here? Going for this ladder. I'm running out of stamina. Should I stay still? Yeah, I should stay still, okay. Okay, this is doable. This might not be so bad. I think BB's gonna make it, and so long as I stop and pause every now and then for stamina, I think I'll make it. Recover rope, grab rope. But I'll drop the champagne. Yeah, he dropped the champagne. No. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sticky gun, sticky gun. Do I have a sticky gun? No, I don't. Should I reload my save? Should I sprint? Oh my god. What am I... No! The pizza! The pizza's getting soggy. The champagne's gonna get full of water. Sam's gonna fucking die. I don't know where this is gonna put me, and I can't even check on the map right now. Oh my god. We're gonna have to save scum. The only time in Death Stranding where save scumming seems important or tempting is in this post-game stuff. Where the deliveries get more interesting. There they go! Oh, funny. Okay, timefall's coming down. I'm also going to be losing a lot of container durability from the water. I should fabricate a container repair spray as soon as I get to the cosplayer. Should I use my ladders here or maybe somewhere else? I found out that was not a ladder, by the way. That was a climbing rope. But I might not really need to worry about it at all because I can stand still to refill my stamina in deep water like this. Or medium water, I guess, is what the yellow means.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help.
Now, how to get up there is going to be another interesting question. I think BB's really fine, actually. BB only took like... Wait! No! I didn't... What? Why did that happen? Oh boy. Oh boy. Huh. Rain dried up. Also, this path was a hell of a lot smoother than I thought. Now that the fog's cleared up, it doesn't even look that intimidating. I'm not even gonna bother to do the container repair spray. You know what? Yes, I am. It's not gonna cost me much. It might be worth it to deliver him good pizza. Believe in yourself. That's right, buddy. Follow your rainbow.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Deploying.
Yeah, I would not be amused. My pizza delivery guy delivered in a rusty box. That's... I just had to think about what it would look like from the other guy's perspective to know that it would be right for me to pick up this container repair spray and, like I showed everyone a while ago, multitask by continuing to move forwards while spraying your stuff at the same time. Hey, where's the champagne? Yeah. Did it. Okay, now now we gotta get on a road. Oh, thank God I don't have to let go of the champagne while doing this. Because no!
Get it together.
I think I'm gonna have to rock BB. Okay. BB should like the speed of the road, but getting on the road from down here is tougher than it needs to be. Also, the rain is coming down heavier than I thought. It is a very good thing I bought that container repair spray. I probably think I still have about a third of can left. Let's go! No! Oh good, Lou's happy now. There we go. Now! Now it should be funny. It should be a very funny... Oh, why are we depleting battery? No longer on power grid? How are we... Was there like a line in the ground where the chiral network ended for a second? Now I'm worried about my battery. But besides that, this should be a very funny delivery where I'm not worried about time. The pizzas are flat on my back. The champagne is snug under my shoulder. Maybe I should be using the right shoulder instead. And the speed of the speed skeleton is providing... Oh, even with the speed boost! Is providing some very amusing visual language about just how fast we're going down here. Because I think we are going faster than the truck. It might not look like it because the camera... What's happening with the battery? The camera's going further away from the character than it would otherwise. Generator over there. If it's worth it. The timefall shelter might be worth it. But I'm wagering that there's going to be a generator on the road soon. And if not, I can, I think I have the stuff to build one myself. Yeah, I was thinking about building a bridge over the waterfall. But yeah, this is funny. This is sufficiently funny. I don't even think it's taking a big toll on my stamina. The skeleton's doing all the work. I'm confused about this power grid thing, though, and what determines whether or not you're actually burning gas. Looks like I got a pixel of power left, and every now and then I take a step out of the power recovery zone. Yeah, see, look at that. Entering power grid. Batteries will not be used. Why would it say that unless I took a step outside the power grid? Either way, there's always generators here. Yeah, I see the generator coming up on the left. This feels like a road trip game, does it not? There's like a gas station. I see it coming up on the left. Just when the tank's about to run empty, we can run on fumes for the rest of the way to the gas station.
Beginning scan. Scan bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear.
Where is the stamina meter?
Sam Porter Bridge weapons restrictions.
There it is. Yeah, it's pretty full. You know what? We'll take a swig for immersion. Oh, my smartphone just ran out of batteries. I got another one. I'm gonna go grab it while still looking at the screen every now and then, because I'm basically just going in a straight line. This isn't very complicated. It is very funny, though. Did I miss anything? We are almost there. The thing about building all those roads is that a super difficult late game quest about delivering perfectly flat pizzas across the entire map of rough terrain from pretty much one extreme end of the map to all the others, was only really interesting and hard for maybe the first 5 minutes. Crossing the river, the waterfall river. Other than that, this was a very funny, smooth, easy ride. A little soothing and atmospheric, actually. But it's remarkable how much faster these things go. You barely have time to get off of the screen and grab your smartphone from the other room. And I think Peter... Englert. Oh no, he's still a ways ahead. This is the way, I think, I would rather do this than drive cars, really. If they invented speed skeletons in real life, this is how I'd do my road trips. Probably more fuel efficient that way, but definitely more fun. Might also be nice to drive through the weather, feel the wind on your face, you know? It would be like the missing link between a motorcycle and an automobile. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will. If they invented Metal Gears in real life, I would use them to do my cross-country road trips for, like, going to conventions and visiting mom and stuff. If they invented speed skeletons in real life, what would you use them for? I would not use them for small distance transportation. I mean, look at this. You don't take this to the grocery store. You would not use this for the kind of distances you cover by bicycle or by, like, electric scooter. This is basically a car. This is basically a car that forces your arms and legs to move. He's probably burning like 400 calories doing this. Like a decent amount of calories for an absolutely cartoonish amount of distance getting covered. So yeah, if they invented speed skeletons in real life, I would use them for my road trip. It would be a great way to get some exercise in over a 600-mile leg of the journey. Crime! Just crime. Whee! I swear this has got to be faster than the truck. Okay, maybe it's not faster than the truck. Maybe it's slightly slower than the truck, and slightly noticeably slower than the motorcycle, but it's still comically fast how fast the speed skeletons are. Okay, now how do I minimize the distance between me and Peter Englert? I think I'll want to head to that bridge. I love how it played the cooldown music even when nothing really happened. Oh, now it's playing the scary music. I guess it thinks stuff is happening again. It thinks that I'm sprinting away from enemies when I'm really just sprinting casually past them on the way to my destination. And here's where we get off. Yeah, look at this. When you get good at Death Stranding, you just turn into Shadow the Hedgehog gliding across this stuff. Whee! Maybe it's the speed lines on the screen that are really doing it? Yeah, they look like little insects or dust particles or something that you're just zooming right past, and it gives you a very, very satisfying sense of speed. Even now that we're off the road, I can still see a fairly smooth path of least resistance through all the rubble. The pebbles. Did I go over the hill or around? Oh, come on, Peter. Why don't you want to get hooked up to America Online? Oh, come on. I'm gonna try to do a big jump at the top of this hill. I don't care if it ruins the pizza, it'll be fun. Whee! That was fine. It was less of a drop than I was expecting. I was kind of doing a leap of faith, and very happy to see that there was ground shortly underneath my fall. Whee! Also, I gotta let go of both triggers to do a jump that big, which makes me panic a little bit about him dropping the champagne, but he did not drop the champagne. We're good, we're here. Oh no, it is open. Door's open. We can just go inside. I guess you didn't have to complete the pizza delivery quest, but we did it anyway because we're that good of a porter. Alright, so what does this do? Actually delivering the pizza do anything extra to the Peter Englert Higgs hideout?
Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
Oh my god, a handgun and Higgs holograms. That's interesting. I've never seen the villain of the game show up to greet me as a hologram before, but apparently that's something you can do if you care enough about upgrading your structures.
Request to join UCA.
Nah,
Awaiting Cupid connection.
we are connecting. So Higgs is like dead, right? He died in real life. Wait, no, he spirited himself away to the beach, and then Fragile shoots him. So like, whose account are we hooking up? Whose name is on the internet account here? So there's also interesting things going on in the craters, as I recall.
Chiral communications established.
There's...
Chiral printer is
I guess I'm gonna keep playing the endgame for a while. There's so much interesting stuff going on in the endgame. Like, you finally get a chance to check out what's... so you kind of already know what's in this crater, but what about this crater? This thing's huge and weird. Timefall, Deep River... It looks like you could bridge across it. I don't know if you could ladder across that, but it's worth a try. I'm very curious. I'd like to know. What can we do here at the Higgs bunker? I don't think those are for him. Golden rounds? Oh. Maybe that's what you do with all the thousands upon thousands of chiral crystals that you collect and don't really use. I'm using them for infrastructure building stuff. Is there anything interesting in the share locker? Doesn't really look like it. Might be it. Ceramics! The most important resource in the universe. Huh. Okay. Let's go inside and take a look around. In first-person mode for extra immersion. Let's, organize the boxes on our back for less stumbling movements. But yeah, the pizza delivery quest, I think, took me less time than, one of the quests leading up to it that I was doing to get ready for it. Okay, so they have cardboard. They have plastic soda bottles. Okay, yeah, like, very early on in Death Stranding, there is this weird juxtaposition that I think makes it very hard to take the world-building mumbo-jumbo seriously. Because they try to make the case that the characters are living in desperate post-apocalyptic conditions, but there's all this evidence around that mass manufacturing is still going on. Like, these cardboard boxes are still getting printed off of a cardboard box factory somewhere out there. The plastic bottles that the sodas are filled in, there's still got to be a manufacturing industry out there. Oh boy. It might not be a very robust manufacturing industry, but there's still a way to very easily and cheaply produce millions upon millions of useful things for the people who are living around, and that takes a good deal of pressure off the survivors, you know? It kind of feels weird to simultaneously feel like a post-apocalypse survivor in a world that also has plastic soda bottles and cardboard trash filling up the place. Just like things are usual. Anyways, things are not usual in this room. This is Higgs's conspiracy room. Also, yeah, why does it look like a 21st century office room in the basement of a gamer cave? I'm not seeing like sci-fi robo technology. What are these ceiling tiles or like the corrugated foam that you see in office buildings? Um, yeah, I guess the lore is that the Bridges people are really they're the Steel Brotherhood in control of all this advanced robo technology stuff because inside the bunker it does not look as high tech as we may have been led to believe based on the outsides. Yeah, look at this brickwork. This looks handmade, like someone laid this. There's little imperfections. There's a bit of inconsistency in how the bricks are laid by their texture. But when you go outside, the surfaces of these bunkers, they are smooth, machined metal. This does not look handmade. It looks like it was built by robots in a jiffy with the automated Corellium magic. But on the inside, though, like, yeah, I don't think you're supposed to think about it this hard, and that the weirdness and anachronism and incongruity of it all is supposed to make you make a more literal interpretation than what could possibly be satisfactorily explained with coherency. This is a Rorschach blob, and the anachronism of the technology is supposed to make you think weird thoughts. Yeah, look at all this paper. Pencil, and paper, and maps, and books. This isn't a magical cufflink that has an iPod UI floating in the air in front of the character like magic. This is a very normal-looking conspiracy gamer schizophrenia den.
There we go.
Okay, memory chip acquired. That's the important thing here. But what can we figure out from the environmental storytelling? Game over, Sam. To hell with you. No continues for you. Why? Okay, also, I think at this point in the story is when you actually get or not a satisfying, but at least a more complete explanation for what in the world Higgs's motivation as a villain even is. Why does he hate Sam so much? What did Sam even do to this guy? I am the particle of God. The world is calling for deliveries, but I need more power. Yeah, what is interesting about this guy? Like, it's like he's deliberately written to be one of the most uninteresting villains ASAP. Okay, does his map make sense? Is it supposed to look like a dream catcher that Sam has dangling off of his kit? Where's the dream catcher? There's so many bits and bobs. There it is. Lose sight of it. Okay, so yeah, Sam and Higgs are supposed to be like parallels, like solid and liquid. But it's not really planned out very well. Sam likes to keep a dream catcher dangling off his equipment, which is a bunch of strings tied in a certain pattern from nodes of knot points. Higgs likes to make strings tied into patterns from nodes of knot points to make his conspiracy board? Right. He's trying to figure out how to deliver the mail to Pepe Sylvia, and running into some problems. These maps? Okay, the maps are also anachronistic as hell. So some of these maps look like modern road maps from the 80s or 90s, multicolored on the paperwork. You can see the blue of the water and the green of the ground. And this one underneath, though, this map underneath, there is a map from the 1700s here in this pile, or the 1800s. There is a map 100 or so years older than what the others look like they're supposed to be. Indian Territory, United States, Expedition Section number 9. Wait a second, maybe this was very carefully and deliberately added to do the frontier vibes of the cross-country colonization of America and establishment of the government is supposed to be evoked by an anachronistic map that's got slid in here. You know what? I'm interpreting this metaphorically, and I like that explanation better than environmental artist wasn't thinking about it that hard. I like the thought of Kojima being like hovering over the environmental artist's shoulder and be like, you know, let's put a really old map in there from the Frontiers times to help subconsciously remind the player of a theme that I can't shut up about, which is going to be evoking some sense of a grand cross-country American pioneering adventure. What is this? National something institution. Formal business letter. No. Done. Found. No. Magazine articles with pictures of Sam Porter Bridge installed. Wait, okay, that's like from photo mode stuff. Is there a fourth wall break going on? Is Higgs supposed to represent the worst kind of gamer? Is Higgs supposed to represent someone who is so fascinated with self-destruction and meaningless violence because he has no sense of value for the world? He thinks that we all live in a simulation and that it's not real, it doesn't matter, so... But he also thinks he's the particle of God. Who is this guy? What is the logic here? Higgs was here. I am aware, but I'm trying to figure Higgs out. Hot deliveries, best deal. There's the Neanderthal skeleton. Some other kind of hominid. Did he steal that from Hartman? What's that doing here? What is the Pharaoh mask doing here? How did he get that? Why does he like the pharaonic headwear motif? He wears a jacket that looks kind of like that. He likes using it in his icons and symbols that he pays graphic artists, right? The crazy terrorist who lives in a post-industrial world of extremely small amounts of people still has talented graphic designers making his Egyptian pharaoh logos. Bridges can't make bridges. Who needs bridges? Me. I'm bound to this world. Needs void outs. That would... Author, sweet little angel of death. Me, I'm bound all of it, this world, that world, all and our sweet the angel of death. Me, I'm bound to all of it, this world, that world, and our sweet angel of death. Hot pizza forever, cold pizzas for the dogs. Hot pizza, a for loser, cold pizza for the dogs. World is calling for deliveries, but the world is calling for deliveries, but I need more power! So, I'm also trying to think why he would write that stuff twice, and the answer really is level designer who didn't think through it that hard. Why are these papers sticking on the ceiling? I'm starting to think that maybe Kojima wasn't hovering over the level designer's shoulders with stellar input, and there really were just some minor mistakes made. Game over, Sam. Oh, we got some Z fighting on some of this. Fragile, forget you ever met me. Oh my god, is he like a jilted boyfriend too? Jilted ex-boyfriend? Okay, we got a memory chip. Let's read the memory chip and the emails at the same time back home. And the Twitch chat. Let's see if all the rhetorical questions I was asking were actually answerable by the Twitch chat. Okay, I think Higgs has an Egyptian hyperfixation because of the afterlife concept. Oh god, that is so...
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Chat, Maybe Higgs is supposed to be an eye-roller groaner of a character who you constantly think is more interesting, but might not really be. The references to the Egyptian stuff don't seem that rigorous. They use the words ka and ha synonymously with the English soul and body. The only reason I think they would use that is for,
There we go.
aesthetic window dressing. So if Higgs is into Egyptian pharaonic imagery for no reason other than the common, like, pop cultural, pop history assertion that Egyptian society was very fascinated with afterlives, I would have thought there was more there, yeah. Let's read up on some emails and also scan in that memory chip back at the terminal. Memory chip, excuse me. Ooh. And find out if Higgs is more interesting than I'm giving him credit for.
Fuck.
But yeah, there's this motif playing on about how Higgs and Sam are like foils, they're opposites. Neither of them seem like particularly complicated characters, but Sam absolutely has a degree of complexity that Higgs cannot match whatsoever. What development did Higgs get during the story? By the standards of something like a movie or a more typical video game or book story, like, he doesn't. He is introduced, I think, in the cutscene at the beginning of the game where Die Hardman introduces the concept of the Homo Demons, and they never explain what their motive is. What's pissing off the terrorists? Why are the terrorists pissed off enough to be committing terrorism? They call them terrorists. They don't really explain the motives or how they got there, why they got so mad, which might be deliberate, you know? That was kind of a part of Metal Gear Solid 2, was how American propaganda will use the word terrorist as a kind of thought-terminating cliche about how you shouldn't be considering what's making them so mad very seriously. But the thing is, if that was consciously employed, Metal Gear Solid 2 made a very smart point about how the terrorists had a valid reason to be so mad. Usually at some point in a story like this, the terrorists get a moment of sympathy or something, of relatability, right? At the end of The Rock, you find out that the terrorist was really bluffing. He didn't want to kill a bunch of innocents. He wanted to stage a terror event and make people really scared, but not actually go through with it. And that's The Rock is like such a foundational, important piece for how Kojima conceptualizes these kinds of stories going. That I would have expected there to be some kind of moment that fleshes out the villain more. Higgs is the loser that rarely accomplished anything and wants to make it the world's problem. Higgs being a loser is something I was picking up on. He seems like he is written in a self-aware style that represents the real losers of gaming culture. And if Death Stranding is supposed to be a reflection on a career of game design and of a game designer's career, thinking of his own game design career, then it does seem like Higgs could stand in as could have been inspired by some antagonistic force in Kojima's life, who I would imagine would be the kind of immature gamers who like turning cheat codes on, shooting the bad guys, and not paying attention to the story at all. The kind of gamer who was super mad about Metal Gear Solid 2 and dropped Metal Gear Solid after that. But Higgs is also not, like, if that really was the inspiration behind his character, it's almost too subtle. Like, if that was it, it would be shoved in your face even more. Higgs says things, when you beat the final boss at the end of the game, Higgs rolls his eyes and says, "Wow, you beat the final boss." When you beat the second to final boss and he kills you, he says, "Ha ha ha, you're just gonna try it again, aren't you, Sam?" He's very self-aware. He uses gamer lingo. He uses the words continues and game overs and beat the game in exactly the same context that the gamer playing it would, but he doesn't do anything interesting with it in ways that Sam does. Is that how they're foils? Sam is a homo... Oh yeah, someone did spell it out to me like this, that Sam represents the evolution of the human spirit from the Homo sapien to the Homo ludens that Kojima might be visualizing humanity as a whole changing into before and after the advent of good narrative video game design. Yeah, so I'm back again to interpreting Higgs as a gamer. And I still don't think that's right. I don't think that interpretation is right. But my boat is floating on a soup of 80% interpretation, 20% lore. Let's take a look at the lore now and see how off my interpretation was. Where do I... Memory chip. Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Late Kojima is a lot less on authenticity and a lot more on emotional symbolism and meta commentary, it seems. Yes, no, definitely. That kind of happens within the Metal Gear Solid series. They're less about being the most realistic and the most cinematic games than they are about teaching the gamers some kind of hard lesson through surreal and subtle game design. He hates Sam because he's bringing hope to others, meanwhile he's a doomsday accelerationist. That also just seems like too much of a surface level to be satisfying. Okay, no, yeah, Roller42. The question is why? Why is he a doomsday accelerationist? Nowadays with the apocalyptic stakes, rummaging in and out of people's minds, it is somewhat more sympathizable to hear doomsday accelerationism and understanding the circumstances that would lead someone to that, but it's still not a very admirable position to take. Higgs was jealous, Amelie loved him more. Just did my yearly rewatch of your DS biking video, love it, keep it up, thank you Xander HDD. Probably design overlook, or Higgs had his own teleporting mumbo-jumbo. Higgs liked to teleport a lot. The teleporting mumbo-jumbo is them spiriting themselves back and forth from the beach, right? There are a few cutscenes where you see Higgs's mask float around without his body, and I guess you're supposed to assume that the Corellium is keeping it floating in the air while he teleports back and forth from the beach without his mask. The teleporting is explained. It's a beach thing. It's them spiriting themselves back and forth to the beach, which is still very much a literal teleportation. Why does this game have so much guns that seem like a cruel joke given how it was promoted with the whole rope ethos? Yeah, I think the guns being a thing is also kind of a joke. Your reward for delivering pizzas, guns. Who's getting the AOL bills? Right. When AOL sends him a bill and the guy is dead, he's super dead. His spirit is dead, his ghost is dead, his beach is dead. Who do they give the bill to? Okay, so Higgs is the loser that rarely accomplishes anything and wants to make it the world's problem, which is why he gained a god complex when he gained a fraction of Amelie's power. So does he name himself Higgs not because he actually knows anything interesting about quantum particle physics so much as he just has... He simultaneously has a god complex, but also is a doomsday accelerationist. He likes pretending that he's capable of thinking on these advanced timelines of big, deep time, like Hartman likes to talk about. There's another lines of Higgs that I really rolled my eyes at where he says something like, humanity's got what, another 10, 20,000 years left in him? Like, he says that like it's a bad thing, and I think most of us would very much love to be crossing our fingers and hoping that humanity has another 10 to 20,000 years left in them. And in Death Stranding, it looks like humanity might not have another 2 years left, depending on how delicately their situation gets handled. But it still seems like that is a bit of corroboration that the God complex might be him thinking that he has some degree of omniscience when he really does not. Him being a loser who doesn't know what he's talking about, who says things that don't make sense, seems like a recurring thing, but when he says these things, it's like the way the game makes it look when he say these things. They try to make him look cooler than he really is when you say this stuff out loud and think through it. The camera work, the voice acting work, the costume design all seem the creepy pharaonic imagery and his graphic design assets all seem like they're designed to make a villain that is less pathetic than how Higgs really comes across when you think about it. So Higgs sounds absolutely positively pathetic when I talk this out loud and think about it, because it sounds like he is written to represent a miserable loser gamer whose doomsday accelerationism kind of seems like a parallel for quitting the game early and turning it off and ending the universe of all the little fake people in that game. And the reasons, the actual, what we all thought there would be something more complicated behind his motivation, and it really might just be because his girlfriend broke up with him and makes him feel sad. We might have thought there would be something more interesting around his god complex, and it really might just be because he learned how to teleport. I wonder if deflated expectations and anticlimactic feelings that I'm feeling here are a similar stab that Kojima was making at drumming up the same emotions with a lot of the experience of the Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain experience. But here, that kind of anticlimactic disappointment is relegated only to just asking questions about why the villain doesn't seem more well-developed than they are. If this was intentional, it seems plausible that it could have been intentional. And also more like The Postman. In The Postman starring Kevin Costner, the thrilling 90s classic cinema film, Kevin Costner plays a rough, rugged, realistic actor who mumbles all his lines behind his breath, kind of like Kurt Russell would do in the movies that Metal Gear Solid is more based off of. And the villain in that movie, he's a Shakespearean overactor who over-enunciates every single line. Fast, dramatic, pauses. And they have like an acting contest. Is that kind of like what's going on here? Except it's a writing contest? Where the more interesting character, the hero of the story, represents a more constructive gamer who's invested in the narrative and trying to learn something about how from the game that they can apply to their real life, and Higgs represents a destructive gamer who just wants to blow off some more negative, destructive energies and then turn the game off and forget about it for the rest of their lives. Yeah, people are stupid, and don't get my message. I need to be very blunt about my message. Kojima is very blunt about his message and hammering these themes home. Until suddenly you hit a wall like this, and it's either bad writing or you suspect there's something more interesting going on. This feels like a better Deus Ex Human Revolution, but it actually explores the core conflict instead of repeating. How long have I been talking to this blank screen of text? This feels like Kojima played Half-Life 2 or Portal or Left 4 Dead and got enamored with the graffiti idea that adds to the hand-laid bricks. Higgs is the shitposter who barges into the story convinced that he is the main character. Sam is the humble, accomplished worker. Higgs is the narcissistic loser. Homo demons, I still can't believe this game is real. Okay, I think closer to the finale, Higgs was supposed to become more empathetic. Like he's just the jaded version of Sam, therefore not even meant to really have a redemption arc. Correction, Sam. Yeah, okay, so actually one thing that the game could have gained a whole lot more from is a depiction of how the other delivery companies work. Because yeah, isn't Fragile supposed to be a delivery company? She's a hot babe wearing leather who like looks fragile. You don't see her carrying heavy boxes of packaging all over her big manly muscly shoulders like Sam. Seeing what it looks like when Fragile delivers packages would have helped out a lot, because then you might have been able to more easily imagine what it looked like when Higgs delivered packages. Because isn't that a thing? They could have gotten more into that. I think Roller and Zencal might have a better bead on this. Like, closer to the finale, Higgs was supposed to become more empathetic. Like, he's just the more jaded version of Sam, therefore not even meant to really have a redemption arc. I can picture that. Yeah. If Higgs was also a package delivery guy who never figured out how to have fun with the package delivery job, how to make some kind of sense of playful fun out of the very important drudgery work that helps humanity inherit the planet after its various natural disasters, then that would loop back around into the theme of Higgs representing a lower standard of the human evolutionary scale that characters like Sam are supposed to be reaching on some kind of evolutionary quest to become the Homo Ludens. Yeah, this is more Higgs being a disillusioned gamer and a disillusioned package delivery boy do fold into the Homo Ludens stuff if one of the lessons of the game is supposed to be about how even if you're working a shitty package delivery job that's really, really rough and tough on your body and exposes you to the elements, there's still a way to think of it like a game, to get through it. And that part of that might involve rethinking of the job as something very important for humanity as a whole instead of just you and your company. No, this makes sense. It makes sense. It makes a kind of sense that is somewhat disappointing because it is less complicated than you would expect. But then again, coming to this interpretation of the character does nicely represent the Death Stranding experience. You think that something's really weird and complicated. It turns out that it might be, but to a fault of its own, but that it doesn't really matter because the archetypes and the metaphors that you come to as a member of the audience end up making more sense than the mumbo jumbo does when taken at face value. Unfortunately, I think I lost a bit of the chat log. It was a good chat log. I accidentally tabbed out of the window and it refreshed it and cleared the chat off. But I'm gonna walk over to the computer and scroll up a bit and see some of the messages that I missed, because there was some genuinely helpful words there for coming to a better interpretation. I was more caught up than I thought. Alright. There's more journals, but I don't think I got the beginning parts of the journals. Also, in Grand Death Stranding, homo-ludic, mimetic tradition, we are going to be reading the emails and wrapping the game up in this private relaxation room. This is a good habit to get into. Every time I turn Death Stranding on and off, it's got to be in one of these rooms. This is important to me. More pizza? Also, yeah, someone mentioned that Higgs is in Death Stranding too, so it's not like he really died anyway. He's a fictional character, he's not real, those never really die anyway. I wonder how self-aware they're gonna be about that. This is so cute. Okay, so next time we're gonna build the roads all the way to Mountain Knot City and deliver him a pizza from there. Now, which one was the Higgs one? Is it the snow crystal? Oh, no, I think I saw this one earlier. Ah, this one. An Unknown Man's Journal, part... Oh, come on! Do I have to keep delivering Higgs quest to get part 1? Lucy? Who's Lucy? Okay, there's a lot of these, and I never got part 1. And I don't want to start reading until I get part 1. Am I supposed to start reading with the later ones? I want to figure Higgs out, but I also don't want to read this. Also, there's some kind of commotion going on out in the parking lot. I'm going to take a quick glance and report back with what I'm seeing. I can't explain details, but there's some kind of shouting and commotion going on out in the parking lot. I heard a car engine revving at close distance a couple times. Who knows? There's no way I can tell from up here. But for those of you who saw me in the news report, there's they didn't use a lot of footage of me, but they did include footage of me saying the words the screaming, the fighting. That's it. That is happening right now. The screaming, the fighting that I was talking about in the news reports. I don't know if the microphone's picking it up or not over there, but there's a parking lot fight. There's some kind of parking lot fight going on. That's what's... There's a lot of screaming and fighting in the building ever since the Airbnbs took over anyway. The cops are responding to calls over here all the freaking time. But right now the screaming and the fighting that's going on is a parking lot fight. And these things happen twice a week. Oh man, Bedazzle, you just wait. Yeah, there's been a few actually, but yeah, I'm in one of them. There has been a local news report about how mismanaged my condo tower has become when it got taken over by the Airbnb investors. So yeah, Death Stranding 2, Higgs looks silly. He looks like a rock band. The marketing materials of Death Stranding 2 seem a lot less gung-ho about surrealism. They're showing more combat, more hot babes, and more rock band type characters. Higgs has an electric guitar that he shoots people with lightning with, and that didn't really spark a whole lot of curiosity when I saw it in the trailer. One of the reasons I'm not that interested in Death Stranding 2. Biggest reason is going to be the console exclusivity window at first. The second reason is going to be worries about Kojima trying to cut things more conservatively this time. After the divisive reaction of the first game, he might be in overcorrection mode. But then again, like he was with Metal Gear Solid 3. But then again, we got Metal Gear Solid 3 out of that, and that's one of the best games of all time. So Death Stranding 2 might be the Metal Gear Solid 3 of his Death Stranding arc. But then again, it might also be bait and switch. Acting as if you have a reliable sense of how the story's gonna go from Kojima marketing is a fool's errand. I'm gonna read this text now. The wisdom of the Egyptians? Oh, the golden death masks. Is that his golden skull mask thing? This does feel like I might be reading it in the right order. There's an intro here at journal number 5. Doesn't sound like I jumped in at part 5 of the story. Why does journal entry number 10 begin continuing the broken sentence of journal number 9? Why do these have to be 30 different entries? I wonder if they focus tested the gamers and found out that they're more likely to read them through as 30 different entries instead of scroll down 30 pages worth. So, hang on a second, though. After Higgs dies, quote-unquote, they open his BB pod out and find out it's just a doll instead of a real BB. He's also jumping to a really crazy conclusion that the story doesn't really get to until the climatic act, about how the Death Stranding is the sixth big extinction facing planet Earth. Not necessarily humanity, but he also seems to equate corpses exploding with the asteroids taking out the dinosaurs. And that's a huge, wild leap of a jump that I've always been really uncomfortable with the game story making. And he just connected that dot at some point, someday. The void outs, the bodies birthing BTs, all aspects of a single phenomenon that exists solely to wipe us off the face of the earth. He's saying that when, like, anthrax exists. Anthrax and smallpox and whatever, they would be way less, there are way less supernatural ways to wipe us off the face of the earth than bodies magically exploding. Why does he hate Sam so much? How do we get from the first 5 sentences to the 6th? Okay, so Higgs and Amelie are working together to some certain extent. This was also a twist at the end of the story. And, wait, are they? Okay, because I thought one of the twists was that Amelie's an extinction entity who, like Higgs, also wanted to just blow the planet up for no reason. But now Higgs is saying that Amelie's a true believer. Hang on a second. Okay, they have a falling out? Amelie changes her mind or something? But why though? Why is he sadistic? This is really funny. This is really funny. This is ludonarrative design happening. Right, when Higgs secretly gives you the bomb, there's no way for you to find out unless you read the description text in your cargo. It's quite likely that you could be making the rounds completely unaware and see it in the middle of your delivery, and it gives you a big panic. So there's this joke here that what he wrote on the tag might have given it away. I know I should have resisted the temptation, but come on, who the hell reads that shit these days? So that is echoing some more unpopular 90s gamer logic of who the hell reads the text on the screen, just mash buttons and shoot guns, right? Higgs is mimicking gamer culture again, but also this makes him look like even more of an impossible to understand idiot. This is having us assume that he wrote down the description in your description boxes, and that would be very stupid of him to write down something giving. Is Higgs an idiot? Well, yes, Higgs is an idiot. We have established that much at this point. We are reading what might as well be someone who is canonically confirmed in the game to be an idiot. I would imagine his writing would not be very good, but it's also fake. If Higgs was a real person, he wouldn't be writing like this. Oh, I don't understand. Sorry, Eddie. So now we are reading through a synopsis of the story from Higgs's point of view at this point. Wait, also he says he's got Amelie finally, but when Die Hardman briefs us earlier than this point of the story, he says that Higgs has Amelie earlier. Oh, look at that, he's quoting G-Man. Oh look, he's quoting Metal Gear Solid. Okay. Okay. So Higgs is almost kind of like a traumatized refugee type character who grew up shortly after the Death Stranding under the care of an abusive adoptive father who ended up trapping him and abusing him for years. Higgs murders the adopted father in a righteous rampage, but is then like desensitized to all violence and human endeavor. His role model never had a future and met an appropriate end, so I guess he is seeing that's his brain's sense of normalcy for some kind of psychological explanation behind the accelerationism and self-destruction, and thinking that that's normal and desirable. Yeah, if he genuinely believes that his kind of childhood is the majority for the is normal for the majority of people, then I could see that spiraling into the sadistic motivations. But then again, after doing something like that, I mean, maybe he really does have a death wish. Subconsciously, at least. Who's Lucy? Who's Lucy? Sam? What? This is the family photo? Wait, this is Sam. Some of this is Sam's flashback point of views. Okay, okay, there's also a Lucy whose story is beginning apparently at entry number 9. Higgs is also going to be told without a complete beginning, question mark? Okay. So there is now a revelation that there was a wife, that Sam may have been married to a woman named Lucy, and that their daughter was going to be named Lou, and that the flashbacks that you have when hooking the Lou tank up to Sam's belly cable are I'll be waiting for you on the beach are also shared by Lucy. So if that's something that didn't come up until hours upon hours upon hours after the credits roll. So Sam never wanted to talk about his wife, never wanted us to learn about his wife. If he names the BB Lou out of memories of... Wait, okay, so what happened to the Lou in this thing? Or should I save it for later? Ah, I dropped the controller. Are real BBs rare, but also make sense since Sam can't sense BTs without it while Mama Fragile and Higgs can. Like Sam shouldn't even have Lou. Higgs doesn't need a baby, but might be feigning for Sam again. Amelie wanted to fulfill her purpose. Okay, that means explode the universe, right? Or at least explode planet Earth. Amelie wanted to fulfill her purpose, but her relationship with Sam made her feel conflicted about whether or not humanity should end with her. I always got the vibes that Amelie didn't want to be an extension entity. And, at the end of the game, yeah, she, like, tells you to either kill her dead or trap her on the beach to prevent it from happening, and you end up hugging her instead. I don't remember Amelie wanting to fulfill her purpose. I remember her starting the BB program and feeling very guilty about it, and then putting on the guilt mask for a while during the, like, avant-garde theatrical pantomiming, the symbolic interpretive dancing that occurs sometimes in that final cutscene. Amelie wanted to fulfill her purpose, but her relationship with Sam made her feel conflicted about whether or not humanity should end with her. So basically... Wait a second, no, the twist was that Amelie... No, the twist is that Amelie was the extinction event, and, like, considers her personification as the extinction to be some kind of inevitable, chronological guarantee. But she doesn't act like she wants it. She acts like she's trying to fight it. She acts like it makes her sad. But her relationship with Sam made her feel conflicted about whether or not humanity should end. So basically, Sam's existence was taking away Higgs's means to end the world the way he wanted. Yeah, LOL. He's so self-aware he didn't think someone would see the stupid, cartoony, blatant nuke level. Higgs is very much an idiot. Ah! If I remember correctly, the original Lou died in the void out that Lucy's death caused. And is that the Manhattan Void Out? I thought the Manhattan Void Out had something to do with Sam's birth. The Manhattan Void Out. One would have to assume that there would have been hundreds of Manhattan Void Outs by this point. I don't think Manhattan's on this map right now. But there was one in particular that was related to Sam and Die Hard Man and Clifford Unger. And by the time the credits roll on any of this stuff, you're not supposed to know all of this lore text. It's what happens in your head is an interpretation of incomplete information. And it's great. But where's the Manhattan one here? I want to see if there's any actual hard details here clarifying that the Manhattan Void Out... Here it is. Okay, BB experiments. I don't know, this one just sounded like the Void Out in Manhattan is the very first one that ever occurred in the timeline. But now they're saying that BB experiments were conducting in a Manhattan-based government facility, so there might have still been some bits of Manhattan left over after the first Void Outs from story number 1. The BB experiments. At the time, no one could explain the underlying cause of the incidents. At the time, they did not know about BTs. But the BB experiments were conducted in a Manhattan-based government facility. Ah! There were, that's why half of the US landmass. Okay, I can't keep this going for too very long, but I am once again sort of hitting a block where we're trying to piece together the actual chronology of how this comes to play. Seems to be giving me both a less coherent and a less satisfying answer than thinking in more abstract, metaphorical, thematic terms instead. Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting quite so much from this as I was with the prepper emails. What was the one here that made me laugh? There was some kind of payoff here. In the Higgs trees. Right, okay, so like even the explanation behind Higgs's sadism and self-destructive goals, personality, it now has an explanation that is more coherent and makes more sense than before. And it's like a downward spiral beginning with child abuse, beginning during the awful conditions following the early Death Stranding. As a refugee getting tossed around to foster parents who didn't care about him and abused him. That's not very satisfying, though. That's not very complicated. That's weirdly, uncomfortably realistic and relatable. but maybe that's kind of the idea. That the Rorschach blob that you got up until the official explanation would have been more interesting than the official explanation. But there was something here that was funny. Oh yeah, it was the joke about the label he wrote. This one, number 19. He wrote the text in your game description window boxes. Yeah, the reading that I did for the past 30 minutes or so by the looks of things. Oh my god, maybe even by an hour by the looks of things. There are more Twitch viewers who are showing up now to watch me read this stuff than actually play the game. But I am once again bringing myself to try and ask whether or not Death Stranding is actually really smart or really stupid. Because, through a lot of the winks and nudges and creepy self-awareness of how this is all kind of sort of some kind of commentary or reflection on the activity of playing games itself, means that there's got to be a lot of brilliance going on here. Very, very impressive spotting things like this. Or even just going through the journal of figuring out Higgs's motivation and coming to the phantom pain-like conclusion of, oh, it's just child abuse, is saying something about the nature of interactive storytelling and how it is very strange, and we might not be fully prepared to comprehend and make sense of and be able to explain in an elevator pitch very quickly the kind of story that takes 50 hours to go through, has a lot of some of the most major details that help actually explain everything happening hours upon hours after the fact that the credits roll, but that the stuff you experience on the way to the credits rolling feels almost like a more complete and satisfying story than the entire thing thrown together with all the lore text after the fact. That is all really interesting and wild, and I don't know if it's handled as eloquently as it could have, but maybe this was handled about as eloquently as it should have been. In making a landmark breakthrough example of an artistic AAA action adventure M-rated video game that has artistic sensibilities from the get-go, that is aiming to try and definitively answer the question of whether or not video games, but more specifically whether or not this specific kind of big mass-marketed $300 million video game with guns and big stupid hairy men yelling at each other, whether or not that can actually be real art, is easily answered as yes at this point. If that going into this project with the very lofty goal to answer a patronizing, eye-rolling question that's already been answered yes before, but doing it in a way so self-confidently and also thinking through it to such a greater extent as this, is still really impressive, and also leaves me about as confused and interested as maybe I should be. Yeah, like, postmodern surrealism is never going to be easy to digest by its design. And if Death Stranding was meant to be any kind of conventional game that was not meant to ask questions about what playing games like this is like, and what games like this can do, and what games like this are like emotionally, then a lot of the confusion would not be as fun as it is to be participating in. Because trying to make fun of the plot and then hitting the realization that you might have been playing the game wrong by paying attention to the plot and trying to figure out the plot is a fun story to go through. the whole process, the meta narrative of Death Stranding is a very, very fun experience to go through. Gamers loved this shit when Dark Souls was doing it. Why did they not love this shit so much when Death Stranding was doing it? Putting together the stupidly brilliant lore is a game in and of itself. Yeah, but how much of it is just plain stupid? You do have to wonder after a while. So Death Stranding might be making a point about how video game stories, unlike other stories, can include a hell of a lot more flavor text and minutiae detail than what a movie can do in an hour and a half. And playing a game is also going to involve a lot more friction than reading a book or watching a movie. A book can have just as many... A book can be a 40 to 50 hour long drudge through annoying flavor text to get to the good Moby Dick stuff, where you might have to fight a bit. A book can be a bit more interactive than a movie in how you visualize your own visual styles or acting performances for what sort of imagery you're given to the letters. But a book's not going to be engaging your fingers and your eyeballs with the same degree of arrested motion, seized motion that a video game's going to do. Yeah, some of Death Stranding's confusion may have been the result of a very, very committed mission statement to try to maximize the traditional artistic values that a weird new creative medium that has been traditionally disparaged for not having the same prestige as other creative mediums has suffered. And so some of what we're hearing with is listening through is also a defensive reaction to try and defend the honor of video games. Death Stranding might be just as confused as the rest of us when it's trying to tackle its own problems from that angle. Yeah. Are you going to play DS2? No, not for a while. Not for a Scos. We have console exclusivity to blame first and foremost, but also how much work it takes to understand and appreciate Death Stranding 1 is already enough of an uphill climb that buying a PlayStation 5, getting it set up, and then relearning how to play Death Stranding all over again, and then relearning how to interpret Death Stranding all over again, which is where the question of relearning how to enjoy Death Stranding comes into play. And I don't want to be doing that under the tight deadline of a review. I'm going to be doing Death Stranding content, but it won't be about Death Stranding 2. I've been reading the Homo Ludens book while playing through this game, and that's how you do it. That's how you understand. That's how you beat Death Stranding. You read the Homo Ludens book. Thinking about Death Stranding after playing Death Stranding is because the writing was better and oh, fuck off. No, it wasn't. I feel questions like that are on the same level as the brave/foolish spectrum. The writing was not... Like, when it comes down to just straight up, like, word choice of how the localizer is turning, there's not much writing in Dark Souls to even speak of. The writing quality in any of these is of a remarkably low quality compared to any normal books you could be reading. Dark Souls is about killing things to get stronger in a nihilistic, dying world. Dark Souls was trying to tell a fiction story. This is the real reason, not just because of better writing. Fuck off, come on. Death Stranding is trying to be a lecture on humanity. Yeah, it's because Death Stranding has, ridiculously more pretentious ambitions. It is a ridiculously more ambitious story, therefore it's going to, strike a lot of the audience as being pretentious if they think it's only pretending to aim for the ambitious heights that it does. Dark Souls understood what its writing was supposed to be. It wasn't actually information or lore, it was an aesthetic. It was a service to the vibe of the game as a whole. No statement in that sentence is making any kind of contradiction about whether or not Death Stranding is doing the same thing. And saying that it understood what its writing was supposed to be is also an extremely vague, thought-ending, self-referential loop. How do you know what your own writing is supposed to be? What does that actually mean? How can you define that? Dark Souls understood what its writing is supposed to be. I don't even think that's true, because the game was rushed out in a hurry, where a lot of the story, it was clearly meant as a game where the story was not thought of as the first priority. It wasn't actually information or lore. That's also wrong too. It was an aesthetic. That's right, but saying that it wasn't actually information or lore in an attempt to differentiate it from something else that is a remarkably similar entertainment product is beyond me. Statements professing some kind of self-evident value of a work of arts being a work of art are useless for criticism. The Northrop Frye line of reasoning that he would use to describe that. So I read a book about these kinds of statements that was written 60 or 70 years ago under a different media landscape. And the guy said that he was very frustrated with critics saying that all good plays must have a unity of action. Unity of action could not ultimately be defined. Over the amount of years of work that it took theater critics to try and actually come up with a definition of that one, it never came up. What a statement like that ultimately reads like is saying that Dark Souls understood what its writing was supposed to be. That you're basically saying Dark Souls had better writing because it was better. That doesn't actually help. That doesn't explain. That doesn't help people appreciate or be able to decipher or understand the art of the world that they're going to be interacting with over their entire lifetimes. Doesn't have to be good art, but just understanding like some of the basic incongruities of human communication between one weird person and another weird person is a skill that is improved by deciphering weird surrealistic art. Gamers were having a blast doing that with From Software games. When it comes to Death Stranding, they were more divisive about that, but to say that they're like different because and that the primary difference is that Death Stranding knows what its writing was supposed to be is so weird.